buenos días. En breves momentos iniciaremos el evento. Muchas gracias. Bueno, con toda la información.
Buenos días a todos. En breves instantes iniciaremos
Good morning,
nuestro
everyone.
evento.
In just a minute, we will start our event.
Bom dia a todos. Dentro de uns instantes começaremos o nosso evento.
Buenos días a todos. Por favor, ¿pueden ocupar los lugares de enfrente?
Good morning. If we can take the seats on the front, please.
el señor general de brigada Marco Antonio Álvarez.
Brigadier Marco Alvarez Reyes, chairman of the Inter-American Defense
This meeting
Board
is being
delegation.
recorded.
Major Brigadier Duarte from the Air Force of Brazil, Rito Oliveira Pinto, and Madam Ambassador Luz Helena Baños Rivas, permanent representative of OAS.
Iniciamos el programa para el desarrollo del
We
seminario
will start the program in our seminar on prevention and battling proliferation and illegal trafficking of firearms and ammunition in the Americas. The Secretariat of Multidimensional Security through Public Security Department of OAS, along with the Inter-American Defense Board, salute everyone and thank all of the audience on this important seminar on prevention and combat on manufacturing, illegal trafficking, and proliferation of firearms and ammunition in the Americas. Presential audience and representative of the 28 countries joining us virtually. Also, we would like to salute and thank delegations from the IADB Council that are with us presentially and virtually on our platform. The event has as an objective to have a reflection space, dissemination of the information and the knowledge, so we can strengthen the capacities of cooperation for prevention and combat on proliferation, manufacturing, and illegal trafficking and firearms of ammunition in the Americas from the multidimensional safety approach. For the opening remarks, we have Madam Ambassador Luz Helena Baños Rivas, permanent representative of Mexico with OAS, won the pro tempore presidency of the Convention Against Illegal Trafficking and Manufacturing of Ammunition, Explosives, and Firearms. Mayor Brigadier Duarte from the Air Force of Brazil, Pablo Luis de Oliveira Pinto from Inter-American Defense Board as well. General Brigadier Marco Antonio Marquez Reyes, President of the Council of Delegation of the Inter-American Defense Board. General Brigadier from Air Force of Paraguay, Nestor Daniel Echauri, Vice President of the Inter-American Defense Board. Delegates of the Inter-American Defense Board that are with us presentially and virtually. Mayor Brigadier Duarte, Pablo Luis de Oliveira Pinto, General Director of the Secretariat of the Inter-American Defense Board, will welcome. Madam Ambassador Luz Helena Baños Rivas, permanent representative of Mexico in OAS. Brigadier Marco Alvarez Reyes, President of the Council of Delegates of the Inter-American Defense Board. Brigadier Nestor Daniel Salazar Echauri, Vice President of the Council of Delegates of the Inter-American Defense Board. Delegates of the Council of Delegates of the Inter-American Defense Board. Ladies and gentlemen, participants joining us presentially and virtually, welcome to the seminar on prevention and combat on proliferation, manufacturing, and illegal trafficking of firearms and ammunition in the Americas. This seminar that was organized by IADB with coordination of the Secretariat of the Multidimensional Safety of OAS is very important in the current world. since the main threats to national security on our states in the Americas are coming from a transnational environment, a non-conventional environment that is putting in risk peace, democracy, and human rights of our citizens. These are fundamental elements to protect the armed forces. And this is why our objective in this meeting is to have a space of dissemination and transmission of the knowledge so we can make visible this problem and we can strengthen the capacities of hemispheric cooperation on prevention and combat of proliferation, manufacturing, and illegal trafficking at a transnational level of firearms and ammunition under the approach of multidimensional security. This means that the seminar is aligned with the Security Declaration for the Americas that acknowledge that the threats, concerns, and some other challenges towards security on the hemisphere are of diverse nature and of multidimensional approach. And the traditional concept and the traditional approach should be used for new threats and non-traditional that include aspects that are political, economical, social, of health and environment. So I wish you a very good day and a successful session. Thank you for being with us in IADB. We invite Madam Ambassador Luz Elena Baños Rivas, Permanent Representative of Mexico in OAS, representing the pro tempore presidency of the Inter-American Convention against manufacturing and illegal trafficking of firearms, ammunition, explosives, and other materials. So she can also provide welcoming remarks. Thank you. Good morning to all of the participants, presential and virtual participants. General Marco Antonio Alvarez Reyes, President of the Delegate of Councils of Inter-American Defense Force, distinguished General Marco Oliveira Pinto, General Secretary of IADB, Secretary of Multidimensional Safety Ivan Marquez, Pierre Angeli De Luca, representative of the Public Security Department, delegates of the Inter-American Defense Board. For me, it's an honor to salute you on the representation of the presidents on the conference of the pro tempore presidency, Inter-American Convention against manufacturing and illegal trafficking of firearms, ammunition, explosives, and recording materials system. I thank you for the invitation to participate on the inauguration of this prevention and combat to proliferation, manufacturing, and illegal trafficking of firearms and ammunition in the Americas. The government of Mexico, led by CIFTA, congratulates you by having the seminar organized by the Department of Public Security and IADB as part of the efforts to face armed violence that we have on the states of our hemisphere, a region where the rate of violent deaths is around the highest of the world. So to take care of illegal trafficking of firearms and the terrible consequences that this phenomena create is one of the most important challenges that we have in Mexico state, identifying our continent not only for safety, but also for the well-being, the development, and promotion and protection of human rights. So we're convinced that the multilateral forums provide the best way to face this deplorable phenomenon under the principle of shared responsibility. This is a fundamental principle on the international relationships and multilateralism. So tackling firearms should be integral and holistic, including some things that we can do to prevent illegal trafficking, transferences that are responsible, legalized in some cases, and even penalties. So it's very relevant that for this effort, we as CIFTA have become a binding tool signed by the members of OAS and ratified by 31 of the states. This convention makes us strengthen the regional cooperation and add some efforts in our countries to prevent, combat, and eradicate manufacturing and illegal trafficking of firearms. So CIFTA invite the countries to think about the necessary measures to guarantee safe firearms, including destruction processes of obsolete or seized material. So during the previous convention, the states have committed to take actions regarding the management and destruction, focus on prevention and illegal commerce of ammunition. So as pro tempore presidency of the Secretariat of SICTA, we have promoted for participation and representation of the states, international organizations, civil society, and the academy between the efforts to implement and execute like this space to disseminate knowledge and share experiences that we open today, showing that everyone can prevent and battle the illegal trafficking of firearms in our continent. So among the topics that we are going to be discussing on the seminar, we will determine and study responsibilities of the armed forces on prevention and control on manufacturing, illegal trafficking, transnational of firearms and ammunition. Although the legal framework of each of the states is different, the armed forces have to complete functions such as being regulators, controllers of firearms and ammunition on the national territory, up to being responsible of transportation, ammunition, or accessories from the origin installations up to the final point, final destination, verifying security measures, quantities, weight, accorded with the national civil forces. We also must emphasize the exchange of good practices under the gender perspective. The policies of control, conventional firearms, especially the small and light, due to the impact that this phenomena has on women. The participation of women in all of the policies, all of the processes, and the control programs to control firearms help significantly to the gender equality on a realm where historically we have been excluded. So incorporating gender guarantee that we have into account the needs, the interests, and priorities of women, acknowledging diversity of different social groups and avoiding reinforcing lack of equalities, lack of equity, and discrimination patterns. So during the seminar, we will also discuss initiatives that we have had born on OAS and in the academy, along with civil society organizations to improve the understanding of the phenomena of illegal trafficking of firearms and ammunition in Latin America and the Caribbean. We want to formulate actions, policies, and efficient approaches through compiling, analyzing data, and trends regarding firearms and ammunition that we've seized, recovered, or that we have found through illegal trafficking. These initiatives are also promoting the states to improve the capacities so we can compile, analyze data that can improve the policies and promote moving forward towards Objective 16.4 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that talks about promotion of fair societies, inclusive and peaceful societies. So the challenges that we have on peace and safety due to illegal trafficking of firearms and ammunition needs the participation of all of the actors that are involved. So it's fundamental to have the participation of the private sector, the producers, the ones who trade with the firearms and ammunition, so they can have a self-regulating system and practices that are responsible, so we can avoid illegal trafficking. So I will wrap up my message pointing out the relevance of these joint efforts to prove the importance of cooperation among the entities of OAS to comply with the tasks and mandates given by the General Assembly. Thank you for the workshop. It's going to be very positive to talk about the vulnerabilities and the challenges that we have on defense and security due to the threats, the new ones and the traditional ones on our hemisphere. Thank you and good morning. Now, we will have a 2-minute break so we can start with the development of the workshop, the seminar. For this, we have to give the floor to Mayor Luis Claudio Talavera de Acevedo, Chief of the Technical Services on the Inter-American Defense Board, who will be the moderator of the seminar. Integrants of the honor table on the seminar of proliferation, manufacturing, and trading of firearms and ammunition, people that are with us in the House of Soldier, audience in our Zoom platform or the channel of IADB, people from North America, South America, Caribbean, Asia, Oceania. Welcome, everyone. I'm Colonel Talavera from the Brazil Army, and in the House of Soldier in Building C of the Inter-American Defense Board, I will be the moderator on this important seminar organized with the Security Secretariat, Multidimensional Secretariat of the Member States, and the Inter-American Defense Board. Right now, I will invite Mr. Ivan Marquez, Multidimensional Secretariat of the Inter-American Defense Board, for the welcoming remarks and information about the seminar. Ivan Marquez, good morning. Can you hear me? Yes, I can. Thank you. I'm ready. The floor is yours. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I apologize because I was not part of the opening of the event, and this is why my intervention is going to be virtual. On behalf of the Multidimensional Secretariat of Security, it's an honor to participate on the opening remarks and the seminar and welcome you to this important initiative. Through this seminar, we are looking to apply everything that we have learned and to support, to improve the policies that we already have, that we can daily tackle the threats that we face. It's important to highlight the importance of the presence of the authorities that are with us, people that along with all the other authorities are with us in the House of Soldier and other virtually. Marco Antonio Jodes, President of IADB, and we thank you for the work that you have been doing and making sure that we comply with the mandates provided by OAS for the safety of the hemisphere. Luz Elena Baños, Madam Ambassador, a permanent representative of Mexico in OAS, and also pro tempore president of the Commission Against Manufacturing, Promotion, and Illegal Trafficking of Firearms and Ammunition and other materials, SICTA. Thank you, because Mexico has made this part of the state agenda. This is a very important topic to reduce the impact that this have on the armed forces of our countries. It's important to participate on this event since the topic for me has been always very important. I am convinced of the importance of the spaces where we can understand the impacts of public assurance. We led and in more than 75 places we have seen crimes committed violently with armed forces. So this is not a simple topic in the social realm. The access of education and to resolve conflicts, it will be important for everyone that the facility of access and proliferation are catalyzers of violence and lack of security. The Americas also cannot complete or be part of this vicious cycle. Through armed forces, we have seen violent crimes and important rates on the hemisphere that are affecting our communities and our territories and are threatening the stability of our society. So in this scenario, it's urgent to be holistic and systematic to identify the practices to combat firearm trafficking so we are free in America of this phenomenon. The Multidimensional Secretariat of Security of OAS has different strategies to support the member states to give response at a universal level through an assistance program that is financed by the European Union. The Department of Public Security of OAS provides assistance to the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean through different components, through the legislative assistance with different trainings at a technological level, with the technical assistance, with materials. We try to improve the cycles of firearms and ammunition and close the gaps of production and the illegal market. We also have strategies in communities that are highly impacted by armed violence to control firearms and ammunition. So the seminar is very important. It's an important initiative of IADB and OAS to improve the situation of the phenomena of illegal trafficking of firearms and ammunition, to improve the armed forces, the public forces, and implement the strategies to support all of the countries of the hemisphere from the multidimensional perspective. So I'm convinced that with the good practices that we will share and the experiences that we will hear from the experts on this seminar, we will be able to have new pathways to prevent, combat the armed trafficking and the firearms dissemination on the Americas. This mandate that we followed has been led by the Multidimensional Security Department of OAS. So now we have the opportunity to hear about the methodology and to have the technical support of the experts to be able to identify precisely the strengths and the weaknesses of armed trafficking on the region, to work on the recommendations that are very specific for the governments of the hemisphere. So to conclude, I hope that each of the countries will find this information useful and can apply all the strategies that we share to strengthen the security of the communities of our hemisphere. I would like to thank the experts, the panelists of this day, for sharing their experiences to have a more safe America. Also, the people from IADB, the members of the Public Safety Commission. We have many participants of 30 countries of the hemisphere. So this shows the importance of the systems that we apply on the hemisphere. Finally, thank you for your presence, officials, people from the governments of the region. Your work is essential Thank you for taking the time to participate on the seminar, and I hope that you enjoy and that you actively participate. Thank you. Thank you, Secretariat, for the welcoming remarks and opening remarks for the seminar. Now we will have a brief interruption. The first presentation will be on behalf of Tito Gonzalez from the Armed Forces of Colombia. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todos una vez más. El
Good
seminario
morning, everyone. Again, the seminar on prevention and combat of firearms and ammunition is a continuation of the joint work of OAS and IADB on this topic that started in March with the virtual workshop on destruction of firearms, ammunition, and explosive with 190 officials of different public
de nuestro hemisferio.
agencies, security, defense, and different countries of our hemisphere. Now, the one that we will start in just a minute has the inscription of more than 2,800 people of 28 countries, representatives of international agencies, academy, public officials of the government, military, several participants, and other interest people on the prevention of firearms and ammunition, trafficking, and combating. 40% are from the armed forces, 20% of the academy, and 10% of international organizations. The ones that are with us in the Zoom platform or the YouTube channel of IADB, we have the possibility of simultaneous interpretation, Portuguese, English, and Spanish, according to your preference. So you can select the channel to follow the presentations accordingly. The seminar is being recorded and will be available on the Inter-American Defense Board channel on YouTube. The certificates of participation will be sent to the electronic email that was provided at the time of inscription. We also have a survey, satisfaction survey, that you can fill out so you can help us on the continuous improvement. And I informed you that we can use the platform Zoom for questions and comments. If you wanted to use this tool, you can specify your participation, your name, your country, and institution of origin. The seminar will have 6 presentations that will be provided by 8 experts that kindly accepted the invitation of the Multidimensional Secretariat and the Inter-American Defense Board for the presentations on this important topic. We remind the audience that this is a very technical and academic seminar. All of the ideas and positions of the presenters, we must understand that are within the international ethic and not represent or do not represent the position of the OAS or the Inter-American Defense Board. So as we can verify on our agenda, in our event, we have Colonel Tito Gonzalez, Ms. Vera De Luca, Dr. Renata Lacqua, Max Schroeder, Anne Fahim Sad, Andre Pont, Alexander Gochkot, and Dr. Mildred Reyes. The biographies of the presenters have been disseminated on the website. All of the presentations has a time of 20 minutes. By the end of the time, we will have a Q&A space of 10 minutes for the audience. So for a better development, we will have a brief break of 10 minutes after each of the presentations. So without furthermore, I would like to invite Colonel Tito Gonzalez Tevera, first presenter on our seminar this morning. Colonel is responsible of the unit of arms in IADB. The presentation is called Reflection on the Tasks and Responsibilities of the Armed Forces on prevention, on proliferation, manufacturing, and illegal trafficking at a transnational level of firearms and ammunition. The floor is yours, General Gonzalez. Thank you, Colonel, for this presentation. Welcome to all of the audience for the development of our seminar. Do we have any kind of responsibility, any mission as armed forces in combating and proliferation of the firearms and ammunition on the American continent? I believe that from our perspective, we have our answers to this question. From our legal reality, from our context, according to the analysis regarding the risk that this represents for each of our states. From the international perspective, and in my appreciation, I not only consider that we comply with missions, but we do have responsibilities, we have international commitments. And for this affirmation, initially, we will analyze the documents that were generated after the declarations of the Ministries of Defense. Then, as a reference, we will see the conclusions, some of the conclusions presented on the report on the study of global trafficking of firearms from the Office of UNAM. And then we will analyze the documents that were generated on OAS for the last 3 decades. And we will conclude with the performance of the armed forces and the particular tests that we can develop for this threat. So how can we determine the framework of action on our continent? This matrix, it's a personal construction for the development of this presentation, and we can see very clearly the trend, the behavior of the situation that we have had for the last 3 decades between security and defense. The Conference of the Ministries of Defense represent the most important event of this nature for the Americas and comprehend the development or the contribution towards the development of strategic thinking. We can see on the matrix and determine different elements. First, we have had 15 events regarding the conferences of ministers, starting in 1995. The main objective, or the initial objective, is regarding democracy, peace, and rule of law as a responsibility or initial tasks or our armed forces. Number 2, we can see how the armed forces or the military developed and interact with a relevant behavior for the strengthening of the capacities of international cooperation. These 2 components, or these 2 realms of application, have had 100% of incidence on the development of the conferences. Additionally, we have some other elements that have been under discussion, such as transnational threats. This is something that we can see on number 12. And also one very important about the roles that we have when fighting these international threats. We can see on number 20 a new concept of integrated deterrence that we can also analyze and integrate to this strategy of transnational threats. For the illegal firearm trafficking, specifically, we can see a 66% of incidence on this conference. So from the 15 conferences that we have had, 15 have mentioned the need of the military and the armed forces needed to focalize and approach the situation. Particularly in 2004, we can see the ratification of the Inter-American conference, CITA, and in 2016, where the conference basically determined appointing a group of work that can understand the weaknesses and support the armed forces so we can combat transnational threats. So basically, after this conference, we concluded, or the work group concluded after 2 years, provided provisions in the conference of 28. They said that fighting transnational threats need more coordination, cooperation, integration among the states and the defense and safety institutions of the hemisphere. A second conclusion indicates the ratification of the commitments of the Safety Declaration of the Americas. Third conclusion, there is acknowledgement on the role of the armed forces on the situations of combating firearms trafficking. And finally, about the need of exploiting even more the capacities of sharing information among the institutions on defense, but also security. Now, under this context, we are going to take some of the trends, some elements of the world study of firearm trafficking, published in 2020. It was reported on 2016, 2017. And some things that we can indicate and determine the relevance of the armed forces on this phenomenon are, number one, illegal trafficking of firearms. This is a low percentage, the one that's visible. This is the objective, of course, of this seminar, to make this more visible. There's a trend on firearm seizing in the countries of Latin America. This is a long term. This is the first question that we must ask about the responsibility and the plans and the strategies that we have at an institutional level. The seizures that we have seen are mainly on the borders or in national territory. In the borders, we have a 10%. This is because one of the main tasks of our armed forces are aiming to protect the borders, cyberspace, air, sea, land. This is the explanation that we may give to this 10%. It's very low in the areas of the border, and this conclusion of this study has a contraposition with the third conclusion, if we can see it, indicating that most of the flows at a transnational level affecting South America
Es decir, que sí existe
are between countries of the same region.
de armas entre países, pero no tenemos esa capacidad
So we do have the flow among the countries, but we don't have
en las fronteras antes de que llegue o ingrese al
to
territorio.
prevent in the borders before entering the national territory. Number 4 indicates that most of the firearms that are circulated have been made for legal markets with an important internal component. For this conclusion, I believe that the explanation is regarding prevention, control, transparency, internal corruption between the components of security that have this responsibility of managing firearms and ammunitions. The fifth conclusion of the study talks about a substantial difference on the criteria on seizing in different countries, basically because of the sovereignty, different concepts, different legal aspects. And this conclusion of the study will allow us to analyze what's the effectivity of our actions on the flow of information in utility, but also in sharing information for each of the countries. The capacity that we will have in our units to generate holistic appreciations, not only under a limit or a physical limit or under physical barrier, but appreciation beyond our borders, so we can share really this information or this real appreciation in this regard. And finally, this conclusion that we have here talks about Central America and South Asia represent more than 80% of the destination of the illegal trafficking. This can be explained because of the conflict and the actions that our countries have in South America, Central America especially. And also complements with sea transportation for the trade of firearms. This element, I think, that can help us think or question ourselves about the activity and the capacity of these components that we have for control and detection. Now, under this trend, how we can valorate the effort to improve the tackling of illegal trafficking of firearms and ammunition. Any kind of criminal organization of any nature, if it's transnational, national, if it's an individual, will have 4 components. Some people will generate the intention, an economical component or finances generating the capacity or materializing the intention to generate the influence, the control, so on and so forth. We have the weapons and the capacity, but also we have the technological component that is cross-cutting in any kind of institution. The reflection in this regard must be on these 4 components, where to focalize the effort, if it's defense, security, holistically, under the concept of multidimensional security. How can we identify which is this component, this priority? Is it the people or the leaders? In some cases, is it the finances, the economical part, or the weapons? Right? So under my appreciation, my experience, I believe that we need to reevaluate on this sense and start thinking and start seeing how this, under the illegal economies, is the main catalyzer, the main pillar articulating the rest of components. Not only the rest of components, but also some other factors of phenomena for criminal associations, because the weapons have the real influence power of control on our borders, on the territory, geographical spaces. So a criminal organization can have the intention, the leaders, the people, the will. They can have the economical capacity, but if they don't have the real power, the weapon, they cannot generate the economical capacity. So this is what we call the investment on the appreciation, right? If I don't have a weapon, the capacity, I cannot generate a real control on the territory to have a greater economical capacity for more weapons or for my will. So I believe that this is a reflection and a personal affirmation that we can start thinking of, so we can see how we can improve the public forces holistically on the effort or armed forces for the transnational threats. Now, what elements and conclusions of interest we can identify under these documents that have been issued by the OAS during the last 3 decades? We have 27 events regarding illegal trafficking of firearms since year 1988, when we generated the first intention of developing a research, a study, and this became more visible in the continent. 27 events, and 15 events of the conference, of the Ministries of Defense, 10 talking specifically on the need of focalizing the efforts on the illegal trafficking of firearms. So on these events, basically what we can see, what we can appreciate is reaffirming, reassuring the political intention
internacional frente a la necesidad,
the transnational intention or international intention to face and tackle this as an international threat. Indicates that the approach should be multidimensional towards security and to understand the fields of power, political, social, also identifies something special, the conventional causes, and the non-conventional as well, because we can here identify illegal trafficking of firearms that has a double origin. As we saw in the conclusions of the study, this generates from the legal component, right? So legal for the countries in the cooperation agreements, in the conventions of firearms, but are moving toward illegal actions. So
eso, digamos, radica parte o el origen del problema en el tráfico ilícito de armas de fuego. La segunda conclusión, elemento de estos documentos, nos dice que existe una conciencia sobre la necesidad urgente de impedir, combatir, erradicar la fabricación y tráfico ilícito de armas de fuego. La reflexión es qué nivel de conciencia tenemos en este aspecto, qué nivel de urgencia nuestros documentos, cómo estamos operacionalizando estos dos elementos o estas dos indicaciones de conciencia y de urgencia. El tercer elemento nos indica que existe una reafirmación y reconocimiento que el tráfico ilícito tiene una
within the context of some other elements as well. And here we need to evaluate that, because if it's only about the context or we have certain other implications, as I explained on the previous slide, is it context, the firearm trafficking, or is it within the other transnational threats? The fourth conclusion indicates that we have connectivity with some other phenomena, and this can be determined as an awareness of the security of the states of the hemisphere, with bad effects, errors in peace, rule of law, democracy, and some other elements. Let's remember that the first diagram, the 100% of the incidence on defense of democracy, rule of law, and well-being has been always present on the conferences of the Ministries of Defense as a maximum event of the nature. At the same time, the activities are the international relationships. The fifth consideration or premise of the document talks about the consolidation of peace, integral development, safety, of the states of the hemisphere require a multi-sectoral answer. Multi-sectoral. And again, we can retake this concept of deterrence, the new concept that it's under discussion of integrated association and some other elements. Now, the reality is that we need to integrate forces with the defenses, security, and some other institutions of defense to face the problem. Finally, that after the awareness of a threat towards security on the hemisphere require the cooperation of the states and the defense institutions of the hemisphere. Now, this part is extracted from the last conference of ministers of 2022. The conferences of ministries of defense require certain commitments to generate this fight and tackling different criminal organizations at a transnational level. So under this context, finally, we will wrap up and think about the scenarios of the performance of the armed forces. The documents of OAS and also the Treaty of Firearms, non-conventional firearms of UN, talked about 3 different realms of action to tackle or with the intention of eradication. These 3 different fields are prevention, investigation, and legal actions. Prosecuting. We see that prevention is number 1. And prevention mainly is related to what we do on the armed forces on the national condition of deterrence. The capacity to influence on the deterrence on the territories. When an armed component, when a firearm reaches an individual or an organization that has a criminal intention, now the combat, the fight, has a different connotation, different than the preventive action, right? So we can provide intelligence and some other elements to the other 2 priorities, prosecuting and investigation. That is also connected to legal sectors and legal conditions. But we have a clear international intention on prevention. So the effort is focused on prevention. We also have aspects of international cooperation and the military forces. This is something that we can definitely see. Multilateral cooperation aspect, bilateral, national, sub-regional, and regional. So the reflection in this regard is how our conventions are currently, how long have they been having these ratifications with our neighbors that are facing these programs? What's the scope of the convention? Are they being effective? Are we having the positive results? Do we have compliance thanks to the convention or not? Let's remember that only 10% of the seized weapons, what we can see on the study, on the research, seized on the borders, the rest is entering our territory. The rest has been seized in our territory with a whole different connotation. So on this aspect of cooperation that we have as military forces, this is the reflection. Reevaluate the conventions, the agreements of cooperation at an international level. The military forces normally become an important element on the international relationship. And without a mistake, I'll say that this is the mechanism to operate and also of the intention of the international organization, of the commitments that we have acquired on the international field that have been signed for many countries that are members of OAS, members of the Inter-American Defense Board, of the Conference of Ministries of Defense at a regional level. And to conclude, what are the tasks that we can develop to fight illegal trafficking of firearms. We have two different aspects of performance. We have prevention with 3 tasks mainly. One is dynamic evaluation of the coordination of the plans and the strategies that we developed. How are they coordinated? How are they articulated? The cooperation plans and the security and defense plans that can also make real the fight that we have at an international level. Are they part of the plans or not? Now, the second task, applying the security measures and counterintelligence. This is fundamental. And I think that this is something that we can comply with. This is an internal variation that we need to pay close attention to, because most of the illegal trafficking of weapons is because of the vulnerabilities that we faced during the transactions of the firearms. Now, the third task is related to promoting transparency. Basically, for the international transferences of the military components to potentiate the capacities of our military forces. The second action of the tasks is purely operational, but also address to prevention. On the first hand, the deterrence task, the deterrence capacity, deployment that is multinational for scenarios of deterrence that are real on our territories. The second task regarding the capacities of detection, locating, and analyzing. The deployment of the intelligence and counterintelligence is going to help us to understand the problem. What's the dimension of the problem in our territories? Not only understand it, understand the limit towards our territory or the problem on the border, but that we can really integrate this at a regional or sub-regional level. The third task is inspection on ports, airports, terrestrial routes, internal juridical organization that we have, and within the operation also we have decommissation, confiscation, and seizing on the legal framework of each of the countries of armed forces, according to the action of each of the countries of armed forces. This is will wrap up my presentation about the tasks of the armed forces regarding illegal trafficking of firearms and ammunition. I hope that it was helpful. I hope that I was able to share different elements important for us to understand and to analyze what are we doing and how we can improve the battle against trafficking of firearms and ammunition beyond coordination and context for the criminal organizations. Thank you, General. Thank you, Secretariat, for being here and your attention. Colonel Tito Gonzalez, thank you very much for this amazing presentation with a broad vision on the tasks and responsibilities of the armed forces on the prevention of firearm trafficking and ammunition. Unfortunately, due to time, we cannot have the Q&A space right now, but we will send them to your email account. So to continue, we will thank Colonel Tito Gonzalez. And on behalf of the Inter-American Defense Board and OAS, I would like to thank for this amazing presentation, your amazing work, and the organization of the seminar. Thank you, General. We present now, we have Pierre Angela De Luca. Ms. De Luca is Brazilian, and we will start communicating with her in Portuguese. I don't know if you can hear me.
Muito bem, e recebemos seu vídeo em perfeitas condições aqui na Casa do Soldado. A senhora Pia de Luca é gerente do Programa de Assistência para o Controle de Armas e Munições, PACAM, do Departamento de Segurança Pública da Organização dos Estados Americanos. Além da sua apresentação, é um justo reconhecimento informar ao nosso público sua fundamental participação no planejamento e na organização do nosso seminário. De antemão, muito obrigado. Nesse momento, lhe convidamos a começar sua apresentação, que tem como título Iniciativas da OEA.
The initiatives of OAS to strengthen the arms trafficking, the prevention and combating of firearms. And please, thank you very much, Colonel, and I appreciate to thank you for the words and collaboration of the organization and initiative, Colonel Calavera and Colonel Gonzalez, and for this. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to greet the authorities at the head table. I'm going to speak in Spanish, and I would like to hear your confirmation if you can see my presentation in order to be able to start. Thank you very much. As Colonel Talavera was mentioned briefly, I will explain a bit about the OAS to support the member countries to better understand the dynamics of firearms trafficking and see the capacity to combat the illegal trafficking of firearms. I do not want to spend too much time on this slide because Mr. Tito Gonzalez made an excellent explanation on arms trafficking in the Americas. And since you're officials of the armed forces, you will know that we have a big challenge with armed violence in our countries. The Americas, unfortunately, continue to have the highest rate of homicides around the world, which would be nearly 4 times the global rate in Central America. Nearly 25% of the homicides are by the use of firearms, which is the regulation and control and access and combat of firearms trafficking as one of the main priorities of the agenda to be able to reach security in our communities, also in topics linked to transnational issues, as Colonel Tito Gonzalez mentioned, with different links with drugs trafficking and trafficking, human trafficking, and all these through the use of firearms, and they strengthen all these illegal trafficking, and it also permits the trafficking of firearms and others in the communities. And from the OA member states, it is important to have coordination measured to be able to contribute to the phenomenon of the national comprehensive perspective, because it's a phenomenon that does not respect boundaries. Our region was an actor in signing the Convention against violence and the Inter-American Convention of the Manufacturing of Firearms, Proliferation of Firearms and Explosive and Ammunition and others is a link of one of the member states of the 34 states of the OAS. Most of our countries are obliged to comply with the dispositions of the OAS to combat firearms. This is important to cover the phenomena and to have this convention. We created a structure to support the countries to comply with their obligations. Some of the obligations you can see on the screen, starting because of criminalization of all of the behaviors, traffic and manufacturing associated to the illegal firearms trafficking, and also to see all the cycle of life of munitions, and to avoid that firearms that are manufactured legally, that are commercialized legally, can be deviated to the illegal market. These measures include mandatory marking of firearms, information registration, physical security, and management of firearms, and the control of the legal international market to avoid illegal transfers. It's also important to see the strengthening of bordering controls and regional cooperation and exchange of experience, particularly in tracking that allows us to identify what are the deviation points that for a legal firearm that was sent into the illegal market, and as of that knowledge to be able to see the public policies and close the gap that feeds the criminality. Of course, we also have a series of obligations. We still have many challenges to implement all these obligations that countries are committed to have a political, legal, and binding commitment, but we know that in reality they still need to have human capabilities or material capability because of the budget issue and coordination elements in order to be able to coordinate all these dispositions. And all these vulnerabilities are exploited by the illegal groups and to ensure the violence in the community is one of the main weaknesses that we have identified in the region. They have gaps and vacuums in the legislation because it's not yet adequate and it still doesn't have the williams of marking of the security measures or tracking or police investigation or are not updated in view of the advance of new technologies that allow, for example, the component of firearms and to update the new legislation, the issue of borders that extremely porous facilitates firearms trafficking through the borders, particularly in some of the regions such as Central America or the Southern Cone, and we do not effective communication cooperation, police cooperation tools, and surveillance of these borders. Also, we see there's a deficiency of arsenals and police deposits that do not have the security measures or necessary project to avoid that the poorly intended individuals can send firearms to these deposits. In terms of police investigation, what we see is that we see a lot of deficiency in the investigation of the deviation of the traffic, and the arms that are found in the crime scene are not investigated. They do not know where the firearms are coming from. So in the investigation, it has to be investigated where the firearm it came from, or to look for who were the culpable people, and there is no way to identify how the people were able to access these firearms. We also have a lot of knowledge gaps, starting by gaps in identifying these challenges. In the countries, they do not have updated studies with tools that allow them to identify all these points of vulnerability and map the new routes and the modus operandi to adjust their public policies. Considering all of this, I wanted to highlight the existing structure in order to support the countries from the political environment. We have conference of the party countries, 5 editions. We also have consultative committee and a technical secretariat that has the objective to promote these dialogue spaces so that this is a live convention, that the countries and the technicians can have a hold qualified dialogue about the challenges and how to update the convention, how to implement the convention. I wanted to reiterate the importance that you as operators that are working on a day-to-day basis with these tags to also try as possible to stay informed and participate in these spaces. So these spaces cannot be exclusive for the diplomatic representatives or high-level officials. They have to be occupied also by the technical levels that allows us to have the necessary discussions of how to better support them in their work. Also, as a result of all this mechanism, we have some concrete tools to support them, such as the model teaching and the assistance to show them. I'm going to focus more on these practical tools. First of all, the development of the model legislation was approved in a series of models of guides and manuals and standards that the countries can implement in an operational way, how to carry out these in a national level. On the screen, you can see the code, the QR code, and through the QR code, you can access the web page to see how they're working. They're in English, Spanish, French, and Portuguese. I wanted to talk about the marking international regulations that can help you in your work, and also the legislation or the model legislation to see the controls and the exports, the regulatory measures, and that we are at this time in the framework of programs financed by the European Union to develop 2 new standards and operational procedures for the investigation of firearms to ensure that the firearms that can be carried out with good practices to avoid that these should be part of the components that can be used by the criminals, and also operational procedures for physical and operational manners. So these 2 new standards are going to be implemented next year. Also recognizing the deficiencies to understand the phenomena in the region on arms traffic, FIFA has requested to the transnational offices to carry out hemispheric studies on firearms traffic. These studies is to identify the existing measures mentioned by Tito Gonzalez, the global study on firearms traffic, with UNODC, United Nations, and already focused in the region. We understand that the global study and sub-regional studies, as you will hear from the Caribbean, are very important, but we also needed to have a hemispheric study that allows us to understand how firearms trafficking impacts our region and how the organized groups, and what are the modalities of firearms trafficking, and what are the capacities from the state in order to be able to combat the firearms trafficking, prevent firearms and illegal trafficking and trading of firearms in the country. So the study is structured and the methodology in 5 modules that you can see on this slide. Each module can be carried out in a separate manner, and depending on the countries, what we're doing currently is a technical validation with experts, as Secretary Ivan Marque was mentioning previously. This methodology is very ambitious, very innovative, which includes elements that are not integrated in the typical studies on firearms trafficking. For example, one of the modules is focused on impact, to understand what is the impact of illegal trafficking of firearms in a region. We know, as an anecdote or from our work, that we can see the impact, the increase of violence in the communities with regards to homicides, and also we want to identify the impacts that go further than the material consequences, such as the economic impact and how it affects tourism, how it affects hospitals, with all of the issues of wounded people and public health, the impact on governance and some of the armed groups that threaten institutions and threaten the control of the state and the territories and generate forced displacement, and how it affects the way of life. And more to understand, we would like to propose a way of being able to measure the impact and then accompany the evolution of this impact in order to be able to understand if the policies are affected and if they're decreasing the impact of illegal firearms in our country. So we're working to establish these standardized standards and work with the countries to have the capacity to collect the information on this. Similarly, we are proposing for state capacities And this can be very useful for the armed forces and for the police forces because they have a direct relationship. The objective of this module is to understand the current state capacity to manage all these type of firearms and ammunitions to persecute the crimes of firearms. And as of the understanding which are these gaps, make recommendations to each country what is necessary so that they can have an optimum firearms and ammunition management system to not be deviated to the illegal market, and also see how we can avoid that, or to ensure that the firearms go to legitimate use. We have a series of data that we're generating through a questionnaire. The questionnaire shall be sent so that the armed forces and the police forces can detail what are the urgent practices regarding the process of marking. And through this, we can understand what are the main interest is religiously and harmonize and standardized procedures to allow for better procedures and coordination and to work with the countries for that. We're going to use standardized model to have the level of maturity on the systems considering the enforced standards from the United Nations, and to be able to compare what is necessary so that the countries can comply with these standards in the best way. So, as I was saying, we are still in the conclusion of developing the methodology and the technical part of it. In the following month, we will validate the modules with the member states and carry out the tests with all different countries. And then I can imagine that some of you will be involved with the process of data collection in the different countries, and with the incentive to have a better advantage to develop this tool. This is a diagnosis tool that has the objective of generating practical recommendation. Our objective is not to generate an academic study with many pages at many times. Because of your work and the time that you dedicate, you will not have time to read this study. We want also to have a summary with the recommendations that allow us to have a more direct relationship to see what we can do, and to complement the efforts of understanding of the dynamic of the arms trafficking. We also give direct support in the countries through our program, comprehensive program, to the comprehensive program of the OAS to support the OAS through the armed forces, through the promotion of the implementation of the obligations of safety and a better management of firearms and ammunition. Currently, since 2019, this is financed, PACAM is financed by the European Union. We have been working with 28 countries in Latin America, Caribbean, and different cities. We offer legislative assistance and technical and material support to manage the cycle of life of firearms and ammunition. We develop and implement technology of information to promote regional coordination and coordination mechanism. And we also, as you can see, the link in order to access the video that showed the results of the first phase of this cooperation from the European Union. I wanted to highlight especially the program of firearms and ammunition, the technical assistance that is available so that you can, if necessary, request. As I was saying, we support in the review of the regulatory frameworks to see which are the vacuums, and we work with the countries in the development of the necessary regulations according to the analysis. For example, new laws or addendums to the laws or decrees or regulations according to the needs of each country. We also offer training in different modalities and different topics relative to the management of the useful life of the firearms and ammunition, the explosive, and workshops such as the one that we're organizing in coordination with the heat, and these could be regional, like today, or specific by country according to your needs, and considering your request. Also, we offer technical and material support in marking. We can donate marking machines and train the officials to be able to use the marking machines and register each firearms. We also develop and support in our destruction process of firearms or expired. We are working with 6 countries in the region, and in the last few years, we have already seized and destroyed more than 200 tons of munitions and 51,000 of firearms that could be a risk and deviation to the illegal market. And in physical security and arsenals, we are the firearms and munitions of the armed forces and the police forces and improvement of the fire infrastructure according to the needs. We also have developed the software of the inventory control, which is being used by 15 institutions out of 9 countries, including the armed forces and the police forces, that allows that you could have a better control of your inventory to understand where the firearms and the munitions, which is the status of each firearm and munitions, and all of the flow of entry and exit of these firearms, and the better control so that the firearms are sent to the different, in order to avoid being sent to the owners of illegal criminals. We also work with armed violence prevention to reduce the illegal trafficking of firearms in the communities and have a peace culture. This is used by methodology and to have improvements on the cycle of life, and working through methodology based on the music for parents, how to prevent and identify precursors of armed violence. And also we will develop directives to prevent gender violence with use of firearms and train regional operators, which is key also to incentivize the handing over of firearms in order for them to avoid falling into illegal hands. And also we want to reduce poverty, inequality, and the lack of resources in certain communities. And finally, also promote regional coordination tools. We have a knowledge platform regarding illegal trafficking of firearms that allows us to enter into the studies and reports that are generated on the topic, not only from OAS, we also include the studies, the relevant studies from our partners and other organizations. And I invite you to contact me to access the platform. We're also developing a regional communication mechanism regarding legal transfer of firearms and munitions, and in many countries firearms that have a responsibility on the access of control of a legal trade of firearms. In this sense, the MCTA can be of great help because this will be a fast and immediate tool of communication between countries. And so guarantees that the export and import processes are carried out according to plans, and there shouldn't be any deviation to end users, unauthorized end users. So there are more details about the tool, but because of time, I'm not going to focus on this, but I understand that these presentations will be shared, and also to see how the application will work, and to have a safe communication line online with the countries to communicate with your counterparts in other countries. We are developing the tool at this time, electronic tool at this time, and so that next year we can make the test with all other countries. And if any of the participants have a responsibility on the export and import process of firearms and munitions, I invite you to communicate with me later so we can analyze to see how we can add to this development process and pilot test, because we want to ensure that the MCTA is an adequate mechanism to the communities and to the conditions of each country. And finally, we also are starting the development and implementation of roadmaps that are strategies, operational strategies. They are not conventions. These are not political documents. These are operational documents to combat the traffic of firearms in a coordinated manner between the countries. We are implementing partners of the roadmap of the Caribbean. This is an effort of CARICOM, and we are leading a collaboration with the disarmament the department from the United Nations by request of the General Assembly of the OAS and also with the European Union. The Central American roadmap is to state and concretely what are the priorities of the countries regarding firearms traffic, establish the actions, indicators, and metrics so that we can assess how all these actions are being implemented and also add different actors, other cooperants, and for the implementation of each one of the implementation. So I conclude my implementation. I hope I was able to give you briefly just an overview of what is available at the level of OAS to support you in this task, which is very difficult. This is a challenge that we have to face, the firearms trafficking, and very effectively. And here's my contact. I invite you to participate and to work with us in this fight against firearms trafficking. Thank you very much. Esteemed Pierre Angeli De Luca, thank you very much for your presentation, where we heard a complete initiative about the initiatives of the OAS for the understanding of firearms proliferation. Now we go to questions formulated to Madame Pierre De Luca. We have in the chat many questions of interest about how I can be trained in the programs.
Eso estaba pensando, sí, pero ya le voy a preguntar a la Lori.
Please, Pierre, can you clarify?
Pero yo le dije, yo me tengo que ir a las 8:30 por lo menos.
Thank you, Colonel. The training courses, some of them are open courses, such as the today's seminar that we're organizing with and we disseminated through the social networks and the OAS, etc. And at the national level, we organize routes with the authorities of each country. And by request of the different countries, armed forces, it is not necessary to go to the highest level. It could be a request by a specific department that requires training, and this request can be sent directly to us through my email, and from there we send it to each area of our programs to the responsible party for training, and we organize it according to our possibilities, budgetary possibilities. We can support most of the training requests, so I would ask you to contact me directly through email, and we can analyze if it's necessary to organize a specific workshop according to the training needs that you have. The same for the knowledge platform. I ask you to send me an email to offer access. This is a closed virtual community to the points of contacts of each country. In other words, to government officials or officials from the armed forces or the police. We're trying to expand this virtual community through a platform to have a private area to make a safe and secure exchange, and also to have a public area. This would be through our webpage, which we will also inform about. I invite you to connect through our social networks. I'm going to put on the chat our social network and Twitter of our department, and to see about the courses and to see what is available. Because of time, we cannot answer all of the questions. I would like to thank once again your work in our seminar, and we have to wish you a great day. Gracias, Mira. As was announced at the beginning of our seminar, now we shall have a brief break. These are now 2 hours 50 and 2 hours and 55 minutes here in Washington. We will make a short 10-minute break and we will return at 11:05 Washington time, and we will continue with the Organization of Americans and More Rights for More People, the international DGID and the hemispheric security.
y señores, reciban, por favor, una vez más, nuestros cordiales saludos. Buenos días. Bienvenidos de regreso.
Welcome back.
En la continuación,
So to continue on the seminar of prevention of illegal trafficking of firearms and ammunition, we have important announcements. First, remember that the presentations are going to be sent to your emails with the certificate of participation on our seminar. Second is to thank everyone for participating, for the questions that you are entering on our Zoom platform. Thank you, and we invite you to continue participating on our seminar. Right now, we will go with the third presentation of our seminar, Dr. Renata Dalagua. Dr. Renata Dalagua is from Brazil, and with the organization of the seminar, we thank her for her participation.
Bom dia, doutora Renata. A senhora me escuta?
Olá, boa tarde aqui de Genebra.
Que bom, perfeito. Escutamos e recebemos seu vídeo aqui na Casa do Soldado em perfeitas condições. A doutora Renata Dalacqua é a chefe do Programa de Gênero e Desarmamento do Instituto das Nações Unidas para Pesquisa sobre o Desarmamento, UNIDIR. Nesse momento, convidamos a doutora Renata a começar sua
apresentação. So, Dr. Renata, thank you, and you can start with your presentation on the practices to promote the control of firearms at a conventional level. The floor is yours, Dr. Renata.
Olá, novamente, eu vou fazer minha apresentação em inglês.
I will do my presentation in English.
Thank you very much for this invitation and for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be joining you today. As I said, I'm connecting virtually from Geneva, where UNIDIR, the UN Institute for Disarmament Research, is based. Before I start sharing my screen and my presentation, I would just like to note that the topic that I'll be presenting today is the result of a study that we did, and this study is available online. So I'm going to put the chat.
Así que voy a poner.
Yes, I'm putting the link in the chat right now, and I'll start sharing my presentation. So I'm starting my presentation and I'm putting it in presentation mode. So here you have it. This publication, it's related to best practices for gender equality in conventional arms control. And this is the overview of what I'll be speaking.
Un vistazo de lo que nos...
But I will start with the introduction. Here in Geneva, what we see is that gender has become an established topic for consideration in arms control and disarmament. For instance, when states parties meet for the Arms Trade Treaty next week, there will be lots of side events and discussions around gender equality. But in addition, beyond the discussions in the room, what does these discussions actually mean in practice? This was the question we had in mind. What are the practices that are actually being implemented to support women's participation in conventional arms control? And what progress has been achieved so far? So with these questions in mind, we designed a survey, and we shared this survey among a diverse group of stakeholders working on weapons governance issues. These were national authorities, international organizations, civil society, and think tanks. So we developed this survey, and we made it available in 3 languages, in English, French, and Spanish. We made it available online, and we also made it an offline version in case some organizations would prefer that. We received many responses, but I'm not sure who among you have worked with surveys. A lot of the responses come back quite incomplete. So in the end, we decided to only consider the ones that had at least 80% of completion rate. And that led us to consider 40 organizations with presence in 42 countries and territories across all UN regional groups. So the results that I'll be presenting today, they are based on these 40 organizations. And these results, they cannot be seen as a generalization of the whole field of arms control and disarmament, but they actually are helpful, provide helpful indications about the current state of gender issues in conventional arms control. Just to let you know, the 40 respondents we had, 20 of them told us that they were the gender focal points of their organizations. So we had 63% women and 31% men responding the survey. Out of the gender focal points, 15 were women. So this suggests that the position of gender focal point tends to be assigned or taken by more oftentimes women. And here I should also make a small caveat that we may think that there's some sort of a self-selection bias in who gets to respond to this survey. So organizations that have established gender focal point or that already have gender equality policies may have been more likely to respond to our survey. But we don't know because this was voluntary, so we don't know. This may be a limitation of the survey. Here you can see the regional distribution of the organizations that responded to our survey. So we had 30% coming from the Western European and other groups, 23% coming from African group. We had 20% of international organizations. We have 15% of organizations coming from Latin America and Caribbean, 7% Asia Pacific, and 5% Eastern European. Among the people that responded our survey, there was great variation. Some of them, 10 people had 0 to 5 years of experience in disarmament. 12 people had 5 to 10. Then we had 8 people that had 10 to 15 years. 2 that had 15 to 20 years of expertise in this field. And then you had 3 people that had more than 20 years of experience in arms control and disarmament. The type of organization, most organizations that replied to our survey were national authorities, meaning could be the national coordination mechanism for small arms and light weapons, but also a minister. So for instance, a Ministry of Justice, or Ministry of Defense, or Ministry of International Relations. We had 8 international NGOs and civil society organizations. We had 6 international organizations, mostly the UN-related organizations, for instance, UNMAS. We had think tanks, academia, regional and sub-regional organizations, and also national civil society. And the full list of organizations is available in the publication that I shared the link. You can see the full list. Types of conventional arms control. So most organizations dealt with small arms and light weapons, but we also had organizations dealing with explosive weapons, with anti-personnel landmines, cluster munitions, and other types of weapons, including larger caliber artillery. So this is to give you an overview of who responded to the survey. And here are the main results that we received. So we asked people to provide us with data about gender balance in their organization. We ended up with figures for the total number of employees in those 40 organizations are more than 6,000. And you actually see a quite balanced overview, right? So you have overall 44% women, 56% men, which is very close to gender parity. And then if you break down those numbers by categories, for instance, junior positions, mid-level management, senior leadership, and governance board, then you see a bit a difference in that regard. As you see, women tend to be more represented in junior positions, being 63% in our sample, which again cannot be seen as a generalization of the whole field. But yeah, and then this changes as we see an inverse relationship between seniority and women's representation. So this was one interesting result that we got. As I mentioned, we saw a significant contingent of women working in organizations that deal with conventional arms control and disarmament. We also saw a good level of interest and awareness on gender equality on the part of the organizations that are active in this field. We asked the organizations, do you have policies against discrimination and sexual harassment? And 80% of the organizations said yes. We asked organizations, do you have a strategy, an action plan, or policy to promote gender equality? And 60% said yes. And we asked them, do you have a specific budget to implement those actions? And only 30% had a specific budget. And I think this shows, again, cannot be a generalization, but I think it shows that there is a challenge in terms of securing dedicated funds to implement gender equality actions in this area of work. We asked, for those that have a strategy and policy in place, what were the drivers to put such a strategy and policy in place in the organization? And most people responded the strategy for gender equality was a result of internal processes and management policies. Some people responded saying, no, this is actually something, a directive that came from above, a national policy, and that is very effective when dealing with public sector, right? Some organizations mentioned that international and regional treaties are important for that. And 22% said, no, this is actually driven by a donor requirement. So this is important to understand, what kind of motivations are effective in achieving change in organizations. And then we asked the survey respondents to tell us, what are the practices that are you putting in place and that are, achieving change? And we identify 5 best practices, and I'll be presenting them today. The first one is about, as I said, international and regional directors driving change. So for instance, interesting enough, in the Americas region, we heard that the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women was very important in driving change inside organizations. We also heard about Oslo Action Plan of the Landmine Ban Convention or the Lausanne Action Plan of the Cluster Munition Convention as good examples that led to change inside organizations. And we also heard about the roadmap for small arms and light weapons control in Western Balkans as a good practice. So I heard that colleagues are working to develop a roadmap for small arms and light weapons in the Americas. And I would encourage them to also include a gender component, because these are very effective in driving change in organizations. National frameworks were also mentioned by survey respondents. Mexico, for instance, has a new protocol dealing with prevention, care, and treatment of sexual harassment. And I think the Secretary for International Affairs already implemented this and translated that into their work. So that was a good practice that we heard from survey respondents. The second best practice was about SMART goals and indicators. So organizations told us that, when they can identify as SMART, meaning specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound activity that is really helpful to advance gender equality. So here and in the publication, we have some examples of what are smart goals that can advance gender equality in arms control and disarmament. For instance, we have one at UNIDIR where I work, where all staff are expected to participate in at least one meeting or public event on gender and their area of work every year. Our colleagues at UNODA, the Office for Disarmament Affairs, they are required to include a goal related to gender parity in their performance work plans. And then you have other goals such as toolkit, gender coaching, gender audit. And this is very interesting. The German Federal Foreign Office established a goal related to project funding, that 85% of their project funding will be allocated on a gender sensitive basis by 2025. So again, these are just some examples to inspire organizations to think of what they can do to achieve gender equality in their work. These are the most common practices that survey respondents reported to us as they are already taking place in their workplace. So we see some organizations have implemented a gender awareness training or flexible working arrangements, dedicated budget, physical infrastructure. For instance, if organizations work in remote facilities, field work, make sure you have adequate infrastructures, for instance, dormitories, toilets, etc., for men and women. Mentoring projects. Some organizations said they have nothing at all. 18% said we actually don't have any practices. And then 15% said they have a breastfeeding and pumping room. So a third best practice we identified is actually measures to balance professional and family life. As we know, women often shoulder more household responsibilities than men. This is a generalization, but it turns out it's true in most societies. And an unequal division of family tasks may hold them back in their careers. So that's why it's important to establish practices that allow men and women to better balance family life with professional life. And a lot of survey respondents said that flexible working arrangements allow for nursery school pickup or to work from home when a child is sick. And this is very good. Breastfeeding and pumping rooms were also identified as a positive step. And parental leave that allow also men to take leave from work when they become fathers. So that was also seen as something very supportive as well. And they have had a positive impact, allowing more women to join their organizations. And this benefits everyone. So even one organization was saying that they encourage men to speak about their experience with, let's say, flexible working arrangements, because then this is also seen as something that, can benefit everyone. We asked organizations that do a lot of meetings, events, and capacity building. What are you doing to ensure women can participate also in these organizations, in these events, capacity building? And they said some of them have gender-related targets for meetings. Others have put in place adequate physical infrastructure, specific mechanism to address gender-based violence or discrimination. This can be a helpline, an email, having processes in place where people can report discrimination or harassment. Specific language or communication tools, training for meeting facilitators, organizers. And again, 20%, nearly 20% said, actually our organization is not doing much in this area. Here is the best practice that we identified as being the power of panel parity pledges. So panel parity pledges is used to avoid all male or all single-sex panels. And organizations have taken specific efforts to ensure fair level of representation. So we see organizations that developed database of diverse experts. They developed tracking tools related to panel participation or internal guidance on how to decline invitation to a single-sex panel. This may be challenging in specific areas related to, for instance, broader perceptions around expertise and authorities. So we know participants shared with us, it's not always that it's possible to have, a balanced panel, but we actually do what we can. And organizations shared that they are also encouraging men to participate in events which are, traditionally perceived as being quote unquote space for women, for instance, events on gender. So we asked organizations, do you collect data? Do you know who participates in your events and your capacity building activities? And in most of the cases, organizations do not collect this type of data. In organizations that do collect this data, they told us meetings and events, they have, most of the times, women represent 30 to 50% of the participants. In technical trainings, actually, most of the time, women are less than 30% of participants. But again, this data is very limited because, as we see, this is a missed opportunity. Most of the times, organizations are not collecting data about who participates in their events and in their technical trainings. Because in our field, a lot of the activities are related to delivery of technical trainings. So we had a specific section of our survey related to technical trainings. And 20 organizations that responded our survey, they deliver technical trainings, and they told us about what actions they are implementing in such technical trainings. And you can see it here. They are quite similar to the action implemented for meetings and capacity building more generally. And here is the fifth and final best practice we identified. We learned that organizations are paying attention to their communication tools and their communication campaigns to ensure that they are reaching women who work in arms control and disarmament. So some organizations told us they established targets, let's say 30% for women participating in trainings. Other organizations shared that they have invitation letters that mention that women are encouraged to apply, or that they welcome also nomination of women experts to attend certain trainings or meetings. This is important to highlight that women do belong in this field. And then we also heard that moving ahead and going a step further, organizations could explicit mention that applications of people coming from diverse sexual orientations, gender identities, and expressions are also welcome to apply or be nominated. Moving to the conclusions, what works? What we identified is a good level of interest and awareness of gender equality among the organizations that participated in our survey. Unfortunately, most organizations do not collect data that would allow for more systematic analysis of the survey results. We actually found out that smaller organizations face a greater challenge in terms of policies to support gender equality. So, this could also be an area where, donors could step up and provide additional resources for smaller organizations to address this issue. And we would suggest that collecting gender disaggregated data and using smart indicators could be a standard practice. We found a sparseness of data and information available about transgender and non-binary people working in the field. We heard from our survey respondents that an intersectional gender approach could help to reframe the ongoing conversation about diversity in the arms control and disarmament field. But again, we need further research to get a more complete picture. And perhaps an international organization, a regional organization such as OAS, could develop a comprehensive survey and actually get more results than what UNIDIR got, given that our survey was, voluntary. Perhaps you could do it as a mandatory exercise for all member states, just an idea. And here is a quote in our report. We present quotes we received from our respondents. And this is a quote we received. Someone said that gender diversity is not achieved by replacing a man for a women representative just to read the same statement at a conference. It's actually about promoting a diversity of voices. And that can only be achieved if we want to broaden the scope to include new voices. So I think this is a nice quote to end this presentation. And I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. And I look forward to your comments and questions. Thank you.
Dr. Renata, thank you for your presentation on best practice to promote gender equality in conventional arms control. Thank you very much. I would like to highlight the great achievement represented by this research, providing very important data for all those who are interested in weapons management subjects. We will now move on from the questions posed to Dr. Renata. And first of all, Doctor, we have some questions here. And the first one, you presented for us what works in your conclusion. But please, it's possible to highlight, to clarify, what are some obstacles that hinder organization and government for implementing some of these best practices for gender equality on arms control?
Sure. Thank you very much for this question. I think one obstacle that we see is that in many organizations, they have appointed a gender focal point or that have tried to implement a gender equality strategy. This has not been followed by additional resources or dedicated resources. So a lot of the times the person is a gender focal point in addition to their work. So people are already very much overloaded, overburdened, work, lots of things to do. And then they are added the role of gender focal point, and they are expected to do this in their spare time, in their free time. So that's ideally, that shouldn't be, we should consider this an expertise, something that is valued and that is part of the work that you are expected to do. So this is one thing, like having the proper resources, time, human resources as well to fully implement a gender equality strategy, I think. And I think this is what our survey results show, is that sometimes you have a strategy on paper, but you don't have anyone to actually implement it, or you don't have, specific resources to put together a training or to put together a system to monitor the implementation of the strategy. So this, I would say, is one obstacle that we see in this field.
Thank you so much for your answer. And we have time for one more question. So please, what would be your main recommendation to advance gender equality on arms control?
I think I would like to see gender expertise being recognized and becoming part of the structures we have on arms control and disarmament. I think, the conversation is mature enough. We all understand that gender equality is not only like inviting a woman to talk on the panel. It's actually about collecting gender disaggregated data, understanding gendered impacts. And I think actually not because I come from this region, but the Latin America region is very advanced also in the conversation about masculinities and, vulnerable masculinities. Also, a lot of men are dying by small arms and light weapons, gang violence, and all of that. So I think we have accumulated so much expertise, and we can see this a lot of times in the academia, but it's still not always a part of the arms control and disarmament structures that we have. So if we could have gender experts joining the secretariats of conventions on weapons and ammunition, if we could have, gender expertise and gender disaggregated data being mainstreamed into the national systems, national justice systems, into the everyday practice, I think that would be my main recommendation would be, integrate gender expertise across all areas of arms control and disarmament.
Thank you. We arrived at the end of the time assigned for the question to Dr. Renata, and now we are moving on to farewell for our speaker. Dr. Renata, on behalf of the Organization of American States and the Indian American Affairs Board, I would like to thank you once again for your presentation and for your cooperation with our seminar. Thank you very much, and please have a nice day.
Thank you, gracias, obrigada.
En este momento, pasamos a contar con la colaboración
At this time, we count
de
with the
nuestros próximos
collaboration
ponentes, el señor
of our
Matt
next
Rudder y
speaker,
la señora
Mr. Matt
Anne
Brother
Fadahil
and Mrs.
Saab.
And
Para mejor contactarlos, vamos a pasar a hablar con ellos en inglés.
We will speak to them in English.
Good morning, Mr. Matt Rudder and Miss N75. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear us, Matt?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we cannot see you, Matt.
Exactly.
Here I am.
Okay. Now, good morning. Thanks for being with us here. Mr. Matt Rudder is Senior Research at Small Arms Surveying, and Ms. N75 is an Associate Research also at Small Arms Surveying. At this point, we invite you to begin your presentation about Caribbean Arms Survey, key findings on trends and impact of arms trafficking. Please, Mr. Matt Rudder and Ms. N75, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning and afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the IADB and the OAS for inviting us to this important seminar today, which looks at very important and crucial issues in the region. So I'll share now my slides. Can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see the slides here. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So, like the colonel mentioned, my name is Anne-Séverine Fabre, and I'm a researcher at the Small Arms Survey. The Small Arms Survey is an associated program of the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies in Geneva, Switzerland. And what we do is that we provide evidence-based and policy-relevant analysis and expertise on small arms and armed violence. And today we are introducing the Caribbean Firearms Studies, which is a study that we published earlier this year, and that is a joint report that we did with CARICOM in PAX, and where we looked at illicit firearms trafficking, ammunition, small arms holdings, and the impact of firearm violence in the Caribbean. And this study was funded by the German Federal Foreign Office. And so, wait, here. And so you see on this slide that we try to answer many questions. And today, for the sake of time, we're going to focus on some of the aspects that are highlighted in the study, and we will particularly focus on firearms trafficking and armed violence. And my colleague Matt will put in the chat the link to the study and where you can find also more information about it. So just to briefly introduce also the methodology and the data that we used. Like I mentioned, this was a joint project with CARICOM Impacts, who was very critical in all aspects, and especially with respect to reaching out to member states, regional experts, and partners. And so our combined efforts made it possible to receive inputs from 13 CARICOM member states and 22 Caribbean countries in total. We were also very privileged to work with leading regional experts and institutions to undertake field work on the cost of gun violence and also prison surveys. Those partners and experts included the JCDRC at the University of the West Indies and the Anton de Kom University of Suriname. We also had an advisory committee of regional experts who provided guidance and feedback at critical stage of the project. And we are forever grateful and very impressed by all the opportunities to access a wealth of very rich and granular data, and as well as to be able to speak with national and regional stakeholders, as well as our international counterparts. So now Matt is going to talk to you about the small arms trafficking in the Caribbean. Matt?
Thanks very much, Sabrine. And thanks to all of you for the opportunity to share some of the findings from our study. I hope it's useful. Next slide, please. So what I thought I'd do today is provide a brief overview of illicit firearms in the Caribbean, including the types and sources of illicit firearms. And then I'll briefly discuss the mechanics of arms trafficking, including international modes of transport, smuggling techniques, and concealment methods. Next slide. So I'll start with the types of illicit firearms in the region, but before getting into the substance, I want to briefly discuss the data that we used in our analysis, which, as Sabrine briefly mentioned, it is one of, or if not the most diverse and robust collection of data sets that I've ever had the privilege to work with. And that's in large part due to our partners, CARICOM Impacts, and the cooperation of numerous individuals in regional governments and surrounding states and institutions. So through their efforts, we were able to obtain complete data sets on seized weapons from 5 Caribbean states, detailed data on trace requests submitted to Interpol, which really was invaluable, and we're grateful for that. Data on firearm shipments to the Caribbean that were seized at U.S. ports of exit. We acquired that through the Freedom of Information Act. Aggregated data on trace requests submitted to the U.S. government. And then finally, additional information obtained through interviews and other correspondences with officials from, as Anne-Sabrine mentioned, 13 of 15 CARICOM member states and 22 states in the region in total. So I've never had that type of cooperation and that type of data to work with. And so the region really is a model for this type of joint endeavor. And it really enhanced our findings from this study. So now here's a breakdown of the types of illicit firearms circulating in the region as reflected in this data. As you can see, handguns are by far the most common type of firearm in the region. And interestingly, they comprise nearly identical proportions of seized firearms in all but one of the country/data sets that we studied. And the percentage of seized firearms that comprise handguns range from 82 to 88%. So a significant majority of firearms. The only exception was Antigua and Barbuda, and that was 68%. So it's still a majority, just a slightly smaller majority than the others. But so overwhelming majority of seized firearms in the region are handguns in recent years. Rifles accounted for only 1 to 7% of seized firearms, depending on the country and the data set. These figures are significantly lower than in some neighboring states, as revealed by U.S. trace data. So, for example, Mexican authorities, the firearms submitted for tracing to the U.S. by Mexican authorities, more than 29% of them were rifles. And then in Canada, that number jumps up to 40. And I think this illustrates the perils of geographic over-aggregation when conducting studies like this. Oftentimes, the Caribbean is lumped together with other regions, so either North America or South America, and sometimes even worse, Western Hemisphere. And what happens when you do that is you lose these key sub-regional differences, and sometimes even differences between different countries in the same region. So the more disaggregated the approach, the better, as evidenced by the differences in seized firearms in these countries. Data also indicates that automatic firearms, machine guns, are rarely seized by law enforcement agencies. So only 12 of the 2,390 firearms submitted for tracing to Interpol, for which we had data, were described as quote unquote automatic. So just a tiny, tiny fraction. And none of those, if I'm remembering correctly, were light machine guns or other weapons of war. And then a similar percentage was found in some of the country-specific data sets, and most of the quote-unquote automatic weapons were converted pistols. So it'd be a Glock pistol with a conversion switch that converted from semi-automatic to fully automatic fire. So very few automatic weapons, and a lot of similarity across the region. Next slide, please. The same with brands of seized firearms. The Interpol trace data shows that the four most commonly seized brands, Glock, Taurus, Beretta, and Smith & Wesson, not only the same in both northern and southern Caribbean states, but comprise nearly the same percentage of seized pistols in both subregions, so 63 and 64%. Respectively, which is astounding that there's that much continuity between the different states. And that was a big surprise that it was that close. Interestingly, handguns made by South American firearms manufacturers account for a smaller percentage of firearms seized by Southern Caribbean states than the northern states, suggesting that geographic proximity to manufacturers has little bearing on availability of their products for unauthorized end users. So in other words, in regionalized and to some extent international firearms markets, geographic proximity to manufacturers has little bearing. The types of weapons that are available in the region are widely available throughout the region, and some of them are widely available through most of the world. Okay, next slide, please. Now, tackling sources of illicit weapons. Before discussing sources, I need to offer the caveat that the data that we have on sourcing is very incomplete. And the report goes into the ways and the reasons why it's incomplete. But just to say that these are tentative findings, and that conclusive findings require access to more detailed data than we got. And that's not an indictment of the data we received from the Caribbean officials. This is a problem. We come from the U.S. mainland. And then a third source of U.S. source weapons from the United States, is diversion of firearms that have been legally imported by foreign entities. So militaries, law enforcement, or commercial entities, retailers, that the legal imports from the United States that are either diverted by these entities or by an entity to which these entities transfer weapons. And just to illustrate this, from 2017 to 2020, authorities traced 583 firearms seized in the Caribbean to foreign importers of U.S. weapons, or roughly 22% of U.S. source firearms successfully traced by ATF in this time period. So in other words, 1 in 4 successfully traced U.S. source crime guns came not from the U.S. domestic market, but from a foreign importer. And I point this out to underscore that any successful effort to limit illicit trafficking must focus on every link in the transfer chain, not just the perceived most vulnerable link. Next slide, please. Data on firearms trafficking from other countries is more sparse, but it is clear that the U.S. is far from the only source of illicit firearms in the region, and direct trafficking from the U.S. mainland comprises only a small percentage of illicit firearms in some countries. So, for example, Belizean authorities told us that the vast majority of the firearms that they are able to trace are trafficked from Guatemala and Honduras. And their claim is partially supported by the data. Firearms traced to U.S. retail sales of firearms submitted for tracing in the U.S. is significantly lower in Belize, for example, than in other Caribbean countries. So it's 20% for Belize versus 83% for the Bahamas, for example. Next slide. Data on domestic source of illicit firearms is even more scarce. But available evidence does indicate that most illicit firearms come from abroad. And this is an observation that was echoed repeatedly by individuals in the region that we interviewed, including one Barbadian official who told us that, quote, in 25 years, I have only come across one firearm that was legally imported and diverted. These claims aren't entirely surprising given the strict controls on sale and possession of firearms in the region and the comparatively limited number of domestic sources. But again, these findings are tentative because the data is far from complete. So the more data we get, the more complete that data, the more detailed data, the more definitive we can be in some of these findings. Next slide. So now we'll turn briefly to the mechanics of trafficking. And in our study, this section of the study is primarily based on documentation, data extracted from documentation on 30 US-based trafficking networks that smuggle arms or ammunition to the Caribbean from 2007 to roughly 2022, with most of the illicit activity occurring in the latter half of that time period. And the reason that we chose to focus on these cases is because of the documentation, which is readily accessible through an online digital portal called PACER and is extremely detailed. So modes of transport, concealment methods, smuggling techniques, types, quantities, makes, models of firearms, all presented in detail in much of this documentation, but also step-by-step descriptions of the traffickers' activities from the purchase of the first known diverted weapon until their arrest. So in making the case for their prosecution, the prosecutors lay out evidence that is brilliant for studying the mechanics of arms trafficking. That said, we're always leery of relying on a single source. So the data was supplemented and corroborated with information from interviews with customs, police, and security officials from CARICOM member states and other states in the region, including the US, along with the UNODC and Interpol. So a lot of cooperation and a lot of good data, all pointing in the same general direction. And that direction is a modus operandi that is both remarkably simple and consistent, and yet extremely difficult to thwart. Next slide. So here's a graph that shows the modes of transport, international modes of transport used by the trafficking networks that we studied. As you can see, the vast majority of them use shipping companies, and most of them used maritime shipping companies. I suspect that total is significantly higher, as in many of the unspecified shipping companies were maritime shipping companies, but the documentation did not identify them explicitly as maritime shipping companies. Other modes include mail and fast parcel services, a small number of those, and trafficking via commercial passenger planes. And these modes of transport are consistent with those identified by officials that we interviewed in the region. So authorities from Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, and a foreign observer in Haiti identified maritime cargo shipments as the largest sources of illicitly imported firearms. Customs officials from Belize told the survey that 80% of the illicit firearm shipments interdicted at Belizean ports are found in cargo ships, maritime shipping. And then the trafficking of firearms via air and post varies from country to country. And as I said, it appears to be a much smaller percentage of trafficked weapons. Next slide, please. Domestic modes of transport is much more varied and far fewer patterns. And I think it reflects the geographic features of the area in which traffickers are operating. So over land borders and within land borders, weapons are transported via cars, scooters, on foot. And then inter-island transfers, just about every conceivable maritime vessel. So sand barges, tugboats, mail boats, you name it. If it's seaworthy or semi-seaworthy, it will eventually, that category of boat will eventually be used to smuggle contraband in the region. Next slide, please. So moving on to concealment methods, they range from minimal to painstaking, but none of them are particularly innovative or complex. So we see the same concealment methods used every year over years, sometimes decades, and by US-based traffickers that are working with clients in different parts of the world. It's the same script. It's just slightly modified for the area in which they're operating. And most of the time, it's pretty simple. It's they'll take anywhere from a few firearms to maybe a couple dozen firearms, and sometimes they'll disassemble them, sometimes they won't. But then they'll conceal the firearms within household goods, often in layers, including layers of packaging to increase the chances that they blend into the thousands of similar shipments that cross borders every day, and to make it more difficult for inspectors to access them. Anything that causes a delay is a problem for an inspector. The traffickers know that, so they do their best to make it difficult to access the contraband. Next slide. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through this example. This is kind of the poster child for this type of approach to trafficking. It's an interdiction of a Mack truck holding, a dozen pistols and other items. It's the description of the event in full is in our report, and I encourage you to look at it because it's interesting, and it really is a good illustration of this approach. Next slide. And so in interviews with customs and police officials from the Caribbean, we got the same input, the same feedback. This is how weapons are smuggled into the region. And the photos on this slide are examples provided to us by officials from Belize. These are rounds of ammunition that were smuggled in jars of peanut butter and in containers of rolled oats. Other Caribbean authorities identified or have discovered firearms in car parts. That's very common, not only in the Caribbean, but in other parts of the world. Traffickers will go to used auto sales, including auctions. So buy cheap old cars that barely move. They don't really have to move. They're going to sit in a shipping container. And then they'll hide firearms and ammunition and accessories throughout the car, pack the car in a shipping container and ship it off. Toasters, microwave ovens, televisions, baby strollers, refrigerator cases of beverages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. In one case earlier this year, a customs official in the United States found a pistol hidden in a frozen turkey. So just about any conceivable commodity can become a vessel for firearms and ammunition. Next slide. And then finally, here's a list of some of the smuggling techniques used by not only smugglers in the Caribbean region, but smugglers to other regions of the world, including Latin America. Again, there's very little difference between smugglers that service clients in different parts of the world. They use false addresses on firearm sales documents, purchase firearms from different vendors, only purchase 1 or 2 firearms at a time, use code words for firearms when communicating with clients, obliterate serial numbers. Sometimes they do it, sometimes they don't. It doesn't appear to be any real rhyme or reason. I think some of them are smart enough to try it, some of them aren't. But then even within the same trafficking network, sometimes the seized firearms will have obliterated serial numbers, sometimes they won't. So I've given up on trying to find a pattern in that. Falsely describing trafficked items in shipping documents, that's very common. Using aliases when shipping and receiving illicit weapons, providing false addresses in shipping documents, all very common. Using false IDs when shipping firearms, undervaluing items in shipping documents. This is almost universal. And I think the logic is customs officials and other authorities are less likely to scrutinize shipments valued at $10 than they are $1,000. I don't know that they're right. I hope that customs officials don't fall for that trick too often, but it's very common. Shipping items from different locations, and then minimizing personal interactions with the staff of shipping services. So all of these techniques serve two general purposes, and that's to make the purchase or shipment of weapons as inconspicuous as possible, and to conceal the involvement of the conspirators in the operation. As I said, these are universally adopted techniques for trafficking. And the reason they're so difficult is just because of the sheer volume of goods that move across the US border and other international borders. Just makes it very, very difficult to fight. So I will end it there, and I will turn it over to my colleague, Anne Severine.
Thank you, Matt. So now I'll briefly talk about the impact of firearm violence in the region, but just something that you can already remember is that on average in the Caribbean, more than half of the homicides that are committed involve the use of a firearm. Between 2016 and 2020, nearly 31,500 people in the Caribbean lost their lives due to interpersonal violence, and about 60% of these deaths occurred in CARICOM countries. And now, if you look at the slide at figure 1, and which shows the rate, so the rate corresponds to the number of violent deaths in relation to the population. And you have to remember that we're talking also about the Caribbean, which contain countries and territories that are with few inhabitants, and with only very few countries and territories with more than 1 million inhabitants. So if we look at the rate in 2020, in the Caribbean, the rate of lethal violence was 16.4 victims per 100,000 populations. And if we only considered CARICOM member states, then this rate was about 70% higher at 19.2 victims per 100,000 population. And those, if you would like to compare those numbers to the global rate, you'll see that it's about 3 times the global rate for the same year. And while the overall violent death in the Caribbean remains high, it is true as well that the situations varies greatly over time and between countries in terms of homicides. And to also complete this information when it comes to violence and when it comes to firearm, like I previously mentioned, we also had interview with prison inmates in Belize, Suriname, and Trinidad and Tobago. And these interviews shed further light on the illicit acquisition of firearms in the Caribbean. And we asked inmates at how old did they first get access to firearm. And we noticed that the reply really emphasized that they get access at a very young age. More than half of the interviewees acquired their first firearms while they were under the age of 19 years old. We also saw that they had very low educational attainment, which include a high rate of dropping out of school. When we asked also about the reason for acquiring an illicit firearm, many inmates indicated self-protection as well as family and peers as being important drivers of firearm possession, like you can see in figure 3. And some also indicated the environment they live in, which includes also the presence of local criminality in their neighborhoods, structural issues in their communities, also difficult living conditions that are linked to poverty. And so we also ask what were the sources and the ways to acquire a firearm. And many mention community members, family, friends, and the street as being like sources or ways to acquire those firearms. And also to be a bit more precise, when we interviewed those inmates, those were inmates that were serving firearm-related sentences. So either they were sentenced for illegal possession of firearm, or they were sentenced for other crimes that are related to firearm. For example, murder with a firearm. And so now I'll also look at another side of the impact of firearm violence, which is the socio-economic costs of gun violence. So in this way, when you look at the costs of crime and violence, you know that it involves multiple aspects, being economic, social, and psychological, just to mention a few. And it's also has consequence at multiple levels: individual, familial, community, and societal. So you have, for example, you can try to estimate the cost of criminal justice, the consequence of psychological impacts, neighborhood deterioration, restricted access to public space, etc. But one of the biggest challenges is that it's nearly impossible to associate a monetary value to a number of these aspects. And so there are other methods that are better suited to capture some of these aspects. And in this perspective, what we try to do here is to estimate the economic costs, which relate here to the medical cost and the productivity losses cost, which then give you only a glimpse of the impacts of armed violence on society, but at the same time, you're able to compare with other economic indicators and place also this issue in a broader context. So this is a bit of the rationale behind our pilot study on direct medical costs and productivity losses. So what are the costs of gunshot wounds? So basically, also to give you a little bit more of a background, like I mentioned before, we did a pilot studies in 3 countries, which are the Bahamas, Barbados, and Jamaica. And we went in each of the country in a public hospital to look at data from 2019 to avoid biases that could come from the COVID era. So we conducted this study between 2021 and 2022, looking at doctors' notes and data from 2019. And this was done by the GACDRC. And so what they did is that they went through patient notes, they went through costing data, and they went through hospital administrative records to get information on patients that were victim of gunshot wounds, that were victim of stabbing, and that were victim of other types of violent-related mechanism or means. And so we use the World Health Organization methodology because this was already used in the past in Jamaica. And this is also a methodology that has been developed for more than a decade now. And here on the slide, you see an example of the cost of a victim fatally injured by firearm in Jamaica. What is the advantage of using the WHO methodology is that it focuses on direct medical costs, which is the cost for treatment and service when you go to the hospitals. So basically, did you use an ambulance, the cost of the ambulance, the cost of IV, intravenous, the cost of surgery, the cost of the different prescribed drugs, and the cost of exams, and so on. And it also allows to look at productivity losses, which are the losses from not being able to work. So basically, when you're not able to work, be it temporary or permanent, then your income generating activity is reduced. And we try to also estimate this. And what is another plus of the WHO methodology is that it allows to disaggregate the cost based on the seriousness of the injury and also based on the type of weapons or mechanism used. And so now I'll show you the estimates that we were able to conclude. Just be cautious because those are probably lower estimates because of either missing or partial costs and also sometimes incomplete patient information since this was a retrospective study. So what we notice is that what we observed is that average medical costs of non-fatal gunshot wounds are higher than for stabbing and other types of wounds. This was often because of longer hospitalization, additional physician-doctor consultations, and sometimes also more expensive surgeries. We noticed that also there's a high fatal cost associated with firearm because most of the homicides in those countries are committed by firearm. In 2019, more than 80% of the homicides in Jamaica were committed by firearm, more than 70% in the Bahamas, and almost 2/3 in Barbados. And so we reached out that the average medical cost for a gunshot wound victim could represent twice to 11 times the health spending per capita. And if you put this cost in perspective, you would see that the average medical cost of a gunshot wound is higher than public spending for one pupil in primary school in Barbados and Jamaica. It represents about 20% of the annual median household income in the Bahamas, and at least 5% of the Jamaica Ministry of Health public healthcare program. So, like I mentioned, these are also just estimates because this was also a pilot study, but you can still put it into perspective with other issues and see what are the economic cost of this type of violence. And just to conclude on this note, we're now having a second project, a follow-up project that is also funded by Germany. We partner again with CARICOM Impacts and now also CARPHA, so the Caribbean Public Health Agencies, and the JCDRC to conduct follow-up regarding also recommendation that came out from the study, and also to try to develop a prospective tool for monitoring the cost of gunshot wounds and the cost of firearm violence. So the hospital cost and the public health cost. Thank you very much. Do I stop sharing?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Matt Schroeder and Ms. Anne Severin Fab. Thank you. In the presentation, we have learned about the key findings on trends and impact of arms trafficking in the Caribbean region. We will now move on to the questions posed to our speakers. And please, as we first question here, we have, how can governments contribute to knowledge generating efforts? What do you recommend as adjustments to public policy that could improve data collection efforts?
Thanks very much. That's an excellent question. So yeah, I would encourage governments to provide research organizations, whether they be intergovernmental or private, with as detailed data as you're comfortable providing, and perhaps consider reassessing assumptions about what disqualifies data for release. So obviously we don't want to compromise individuals' privacy, so you don't give names. And you don't provide data that on cases that are ongoing in which that could jeopardize the prosecution of that case. But older cases, if you can release data that includes make, model, caliber, serial number if possible, and then the details about sourcing to the extent that it's known, results of trace requests, that would all be extremely useful for us, and we can convert that data into meaningful analysis. Right now, that's very rare. Many countries are very hesitant to release that type of data, but to the extent that it is releasable, we can make good use of it.
Thank you. And happily, we arrive at the end of the time assigned for questions to meet Mr. Matt Schroeder and Mrs. Anne Fab. And we would like to farewell our speakers. Mr. Matt Schroeder and Ms. Severin Fab, on behalf of the Organization of American States and on behalf of the Inter-American Fist Board, would like to thank you once again for your cooperation with our seminar. Please keep with us following the next activities. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Tal como se anunció al principio de nuestro seminario, a continuación realizaremos una breve
As was
introducción.
mentioned
Ahora
at the
son
beginning of the
12 horas
seminar, we
18
will
minutos
go
acá en
to
Washington. Haremos una
a
breve pausa de 10
short
minutos
break,
y volvemos a las
and we
12
will
horas
have
28
a
minutos.
short break, 10 minutes.
Organización
back
de los
to
Estados
12
Americanos.
hours and 10
Más
minutes.
derechos para
Organization
más
of
gente.
American States,
Junta Interamericana
more
de
rights for
Defensa.
more people.
Fomentando
The
y
Inter-American
fortaleciendo la
Defense Board,
confianza y la seguridad hemisférica.
strengthening
Muchas gracias.
trust and confidence in the region. Thank you very much.
Reciban una vez más nuestros cordiales saludos. Buenas tardes, bienvenidos de regreso.
Welcome again. Good afternoon
A
and
continuación,
welcome back. Now
pasamos al tercer y
we
último
go
bloque
to
del
the
seminario
third and
sobre
last block of
prevención
this
y
seminar
combate al
on
tráfico ilícito de
prevention
armas de fuego
and
y
combating
municiones en
firearms,
las Américas,
ammunition,
organizado
proliferation
conjuntamente
in
por la
the
Secretaría
Americas,
de Seguridad
organized
Multidimensional
together
de la OEA
by the
y la Junta
Multidimensional
Interamericana de
Security
Defensa.
Office
En
of
este
OAS
momento
and
pasamos a
Inter-American
contar con la
Defense
colaboración del
Board.
señor
Right
Andrei
now we will
Pont
hear
y del
to
señor Alexander Gochko
Mr.
en nuestro
Alexander
seminario. Para mejor contacto con nuestros
and Andrei
ponentes,
Servant-Pont.
empezamos a comunicación
And to
en
start, we
inglés.
will start the
Good morning,
communication
Mr.
in English.
Andrei Point and Mr. Alexander Gochko. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you loud and clear.
Perfectly. Okay, thank you so much. We also can hear you and can also perfect see your screens here. So, Mr. Andrei Point is an international analyst and director of CRIES, Regional Coordinator of Economic and Social Research. Mr. Alexander Gochko is Research Coordinator at the G. Gordon Institute, Florida International University. At this point, invite you to begin your presentation about electronic tool for monitoring incidents and trends related to arms trafficking in Latin America and Caribbean. Please, Mr. Andrei and Mr. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you. Give me one moment to share my screen. Okay. Just verifying that you can see it.
Yes, we can see the screen here. Thanks.
Perfect. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. It's an honor and a pleasure to be presenting at this seminar on an issue that we know affects everyone across the region. A particular thank you to the IADB and to the OAS for allowing us this opportunity to present on a project that is 3 years in the making and will continue to grow. So again, my name is Alexander Gocho, and I'm a research coordinator at the Jack Gordon Institute for Public Policy at Florida International University in Miami, Florida. And I'm joined by my colleague, Dr. Andrei Servant-Pont, who is the executive director of the regional coordinator of economic and social research in Buenos Aires, Argentina. And we're going to be presenting on our small arms and light weapons dashboard, a tool that aims to help researchers, law enforcement, and anyone interested in the topic of arms trafficking identify important trends in the region. I will first provide an overview of the project and the dashboard, and then Andrei will provide some key findings and examples of the application of our dashboard. So the Small Arms Light Weapons Dashboard is a visual synthesis of data points gathered by the Jack Gordon Institute and CRIES on instances of firearm seizures, thefts, usages, state diversions, and other examples in Latin America and the Caribbean. The project first originated in 2021 as a collaboration between our institutions and now features over 2,300 different data points from across the region. In the dashboard, the data points are visualized and synthesized to make it simple to draw analysis on trends that we see across the region. Each point represents an instance of an armed seizure, theft, usage, or diversion that has been publicly reported by news outlets or posted on social media websites. We've identified over 20 different weapon types that are represented, along with the location of the incidents and if any illicit groups are associated. Our methodology for how this project was originally carried out was that the team in Argentina would get Google alerts, Twitter lists, and Instagram accounts that they would consistently follow and receive updates whenever a news report or a social media post came out with any of the instances that I had previously mentioned. Then the team would identify whether or not that incident met the criteria, which meant it just had to have at least more than one pistol or shotgun involved. And the reason for this being is if we reported or collected data on just pistols, just one pistol or just one shotgun, the data would become much too saturated. As I'm sure everyone here can appreciate, one pistol and one shotgun get seized or are involved in instances all the time. So the saturation would become overwhelming. From that point on, the team goes through a validation process, which usually involves seeing if there's another organization or government report that validates that this report does meet the criteria and did actually happen. From there, it gets formatted to meet it gets formatted in an incident report. It gets prepared to make sure that the incident report follows the correct formatting, and then editing, and then finally it goes in for data entry to then go into the dashboard. So this is just a screenshot of the dashboard itself. Again, on the left-hand side, you can see all of the things that I mentioned. And now I'm going to go through and provide a quick demonstration of the dashboard so that you guys can see this tool and hopefully use it for yourselves. If you want to pull it up yourselves, you can go to this URL, and it's go.fiu.edu/SALW. Give me one moment. So this is the dashboard as it appears today. On the top left, you can see the total number of arms incidences that we have currently within the data set, which is 2,317. And this is what appears on the map. The number adjusts as you zoom in or out, so you have an idea of the number of points that are represented on the map. So, excuse me, sorry. So the number of visible incidences appears, and some of the other graphics that I'll describe also change as well, depending on what you're looking at. On the left-hand side are the arms incidences themselves, which include the date that they were reported by the media or the social media post, the report ID that they're identified with, the country, the incident location, the type. So many of them are seizures, just because that's what gets most frequently reported on. And then the incident description, which usually includes the authorities if they were involved, the types of weapons, associated crimes, and any other relevant details that were a part of the data point. And then additionally, we also featured the link to the report that has the information. So you'll see this one. This one here shows the people arrested, the firearms involved, which is a perfect example of exactly what we want to include in this data set, because it not only helps identify the weapons types involved, but it helps identify the weapons themselves, such as the make and model. If you click on any of the data points, it takes you to the location where it was identified or where it was reported. Granted, not all the media reports provide an exact location of where the seizure was made. And in these situations, we normally put them in the city that they were identified in. As close as we can, we mark that location if it's a neighborhood or if it's a city. This first graphic here shows the weapon types in the incidences, because an important note about the data that we've collected, currently it doesn't identify the number of weapons involved in each incident, just if that weapon type was involved in the incident themselves. So you'll notice two very important things that I think our colleagues with the small arms survey also identified. It's that pistols and revolvers and assault rifles are the most trafficked or most seized weapons across the region, whether it's in South America, Central America, any part of the Caribbean. Those are the two that come up most frequently. And by virtue of our criteria, each of these incidences, especially if it involves a pistol or revolver, has at least two or more weapons associated with it. On the right-hand side, we have the arms incidents timeline. And so again, all of these adjust depending on what you're looking at in the map. And so this features a timeline of all the reports and how many reports were involved on that day within that country. And if you click on any one of these, so Colombia on July 1st, 2022, if you click on that, only those incidences on July or within July in Colombia will appear. So if you're interested about the timeline, the weapons involved within that timeline, you can start to identify trends and break that down. And then finally, on the right-hand side is a news feed provided by another organization that we partner with called Quiet Professionals to provide essentially a news feed of the problems of arms trafficking, because we know that there's a process to how we enter data, but we still want the user to be able to have an awareness of what is happening within the region. So obviously, the issues in Ecuador with the unfortunate assassination of one of the presidential candidates has been something reported in the news, so that gets popped up. But most of the news within here involves some type of firearms or drug trafficking with the link to the source as well. And the sources that they pull from come from across the region. So this one comes from a news outlet out of Mexico. So that was an important distinction that we wanted to make, that we weren't only pulling in news media from the United States, but from across the region, so that we get equal representation of all the things getting reported on and make sure that we don't miss anything. Additionally, within the dashboard, you can filter by country. So for many of the users, you might only be interested in weapons incidences in one country or one or two countries. And so this filter over here on the right allows you to select the countries that you're interested in. So for example, let's say we only want to look at Argentinian and Brazilian incidences. Only those will pop up on the screen. So doing this allows you to identify the incidences and make trends to see if there's any similarities or notable things happening between the two, whether it be similar weapon types being trafficked or seized throughout these two countries, or any other trends that you would want to identify. In the future, in the near future, actually, I would say within the next 2 or 3 weeks, we will actually be integrating AI technologies within the dashboard and within the process of the data collection and within the dashboard, to not only streamline the process for the team in Argentina that is collecting the instances and integrating them into the dashboard, but also providing additional analytic tools such as trafficking routes, the number of weapons involved, and projections for the future. And so with that, I'll allow my colleague Andre to go over some key findings and some trends in what we have found so far and some applications into the dashboard. And give me 1 second, let me reshare my screen again.
Perfect. Let's start there. Thank you, Alex, for showcasing a bit of the dashboard as it is right now. I'll highlight a few things that have to do with this part about understanding how this dashboard works. And a large part of it is that we make a really strong emphasis on ensuring that we only utilize open source information, because we want to make sure that any user that is accessing this platform and that's utilizing the information can refer to this information because it's open and publicly available, right? So there might be a lot of instances in which, because of the work you're doing, you're familiar with a specific incident that might have occurred. But if we don't have any actual social media coverage or traditional media coverage of that incident, we cannot include it. And that's a methodological decision, but it also has to do with the final purpose of this tool, which means we want to ensure that the end user can show, for one side, can show where the information comes from in every single incident. They can share that information without any restrictions, bureaucratic restrictions that they might come upon. And ensure that this is something that is quite transparent in terms of like where we're getting this information and how we're accessing it, right? So a lot of the work has been focused not only on being able to scrape all this data from the web, as Alexander was saying, in which we try to use all these different methods to make sure we get notifications on the different incidents. Then we can check, make sure that they meet the criteria. We can put them into the format. And we always also try to do a strong emphasis in trying to identify the weapons within our ability, depending many times on the quality of information that's available on the source, right? And sometimes we get high quality images that help us really get into the details of the weapons. Sometimes we don't. Those types of details many times then help us understand the larger trends that I'll be discussing in a bit, but also help us understanding some of the key aspects that many times have to do with being able to differentiate between state diverted weapons and weapons that are being diverted from civilian market or coming in from the region in alternate ways, right? Overall, we have a diversity of key findings over the last 2 years of gathering data. And again, as Alexander was mentioning, we have a lot of key findings that are coincide with our fellow colleagues from the Small Arms Survey in terms of the methods that are used and the prevalence of certain firearms in the region. We usually try to highlight the widespread usage that we're seeing in South America and Central America and the Caribbean of messenger services and airmail to ship parts into the region, and many times utilizing these in a very smart way, which is of course not sending whole rifles or whole weapons, but just sending the parts and then being able to reassemble them, just because that makes the operator and the customs agency a lot harder to be able to actually identify what's coming in, right? So this is a trend that we've seen across the region as a whole, and it's part of one of the things that we've been trying to engage with some of the partners in the region, saying, hey, you know, if you have customs agents that are not law enforcement and are not trained in identifying firearms, then one of the key challenges that you will have is that if they're looking for firearms as they traditionally imagine them, they're not going to find them because they're sending the parts, right? And this is particularly true, especially when we're looking at AR-15s, which has become the most prevalent rifle that we're seeing shipped into the region. You know, they're sending the lowers on one side, the uppers on the other, the bolt carrier groups on the other, accessories on the other, you know, all separate, and then they're assembling them in a final destination, or have a final destination for assembly, and from there they get shipped to another country, which is the next point that we have here in our key findings, when we're seeing that there's certain countries or regions that are acting as sort of hubs for the assembly of these firearms. This is particularly true in the case of Paraguay and the supply of weapons that are going especially towards Rio de Janeiro, but the south of Brazil in general. These weapon parts are coming into the country disassembled. They're being assembled utilizing diversity of parts from different providers. So at one stage, we were seeing the utilization of airsoft parts to replace the lowers that were being difficult to access in the US market, with the prevalence of availability of 80% lowers in the US market. Those lowers have been replaced now, and they're more commonly using these 80% lowers to assemble these firearms. They're still buying accessories such as stocks and vertical grips and sights, and even like suppressors or full autoseers to make the weapons automatics in the Chinese online market, because those are unregulated to a large extent. Then these parts come together in places like Paraguay, as I was mentioning, sort of a hub, and then they get transferred into the Brazilian market, mostly via land, already assembled and commercialized, right? And this ends up translating into a very profitable business, because we know that the prices for these assault rifles, mainly the AR-15s, when we're talking about AR-15s, is really high on the Brazilian market, while being able to build these from cheap, accessible parts from the US and Chinese market means that they can multiply their gains quite rapidly when going through this process. I will also be talking a bit more in a bit about a new actor or a new trend that we're seeing, which has to do with a large inflow of Turkish manufactured firearms. Again, utilizing a hub like Paraguay to be able to access the region. Another not minor pattern that we've noticed over these last 2 years is that while there's a consistent growth in the ingress of weapons that are usually coming from the civilian market, whether it's US, other regions, or being taken from the regional civilian market into the black market, there's also still the strong trends in regards to explosive ordnance in general being diverted from state stocks into the black market. So when we're seeing grenades, when we're seeing 40-millimeter grenades as well, when we're seeing launchers, most of these are still being taken from state stocks rather than from other sources. And then two things that we've noticed quite strongly, and this is probably not news to many of you that are working in the field, but we always try and highlight, you know, that in the markets where we see a much larger presence of assault rifles and light machine guns, for example, are in those in which we have organizations that might fit the description of criminal insurgents, in terms of, highly sophisticated organizations that try to control territory and dispute that from state forces. Therefore, being able to openly carry firearms is part of the intent behind these organizations. While in other countries where these organizations are not trying to dispute territory and are rather trying to lower their profile, the preference continues to be with pistols and revolvers that can be easily concealed, right? Moving on to the next slide, one of the things that this has to do with this process in which we're trying to always do as much of identification as possible and trying to make the links and then being able to share with that with the people that are utilizing the platform is that sometimes we run into incidents like this, right? And these seem like two separate incidents. They were reported in different media. They were not linked to each other through any official sources, or the media did not link these two incidents with each other. But in November 11th of November of 2022, we had an incident in Haiti and we had another incident in Dominican Republic, both containing a large amount of 5.56 and 7.62 ammunition. That caught our attention, and since we do always try and do as much weapons identification as possible, and we go to the next slide, you'll see that we started looking into the ammunition. And the first thing that caught our researchers' eyes were that, yes, this is one Winchester white box ammunition, but it's an old boxing. It hasn't been used for around 4 to 5 years by Winchester, right? And in both cases, they were utilizing the same types of boxes, the same types of ammunition. And then the different reports from media from both incidents did mention that this ammunition was moving from Dominican Republic into Haiti. So this here helps us kind of establish a bit of the bigger pattern in terms of where the weapons are coming in from, where the ammunition is coming in from, how is it being pushed into different markets, and just showing the potential of being able to match incidents from across the region without having to depend on states sharing information amongst each other, but rather just being able to go onto a dashboard and based on open source information, start making the links and from there see if that's useful to make a more profound investigation that requires a multilateral or at least a bilateral approach to the cooperation amongst the countries, right? On the next slide, I have a bit of what I was mentioning before regarding the proliferation of Turkish manufactured firearms. This was the trend that we started identifying while recompiling data in the region, specifically in Rio de Janeiro, which is one of our biggest hotspots and does take up a considerable portion of our efforts in terms of identifying the weapons and all the incidents that are occurring. And we started knowing a sharp increase in the appearance in Rio de Janeiro specifically of pistols and shotguns of Turkish manufacture. And then most of these incidents in Rio de Janeiro were usually 1 or 2 pistols, 1 or 2 shotguns, a mixture of these. But as we got away from Rio de Janeiro and we started getting close to the border with Paraguay, especially in Santa Catarina and Paraná, Mato Grosso do Sul, which are those states that share the border with the north of Argentina and share the border with Paraguay, we started seeing incidents that included, next slide, please, a lot more. This is the Rio de Janeiro, just to show the amount. The next one, there we go. We included a lot larger lots, right? So on the right, we see a typical seizure in Rio de Janeiro, and there you can see, these Canic pistols and a Sarsil Mas pistol, that we're seeing very constantly. The picture in the middle is actually the seizure in Paraná State. And that was a vehicle that was coming from Paraguay. And there you can appreciate a large amount of these AR-12 pattern shotguns. They're specifically Deria MK12s and their variants, along with several Turkish-made pistols. Most of them usually are Canics, if not Sarsil Mas, and if not AHSS. Then some interesting things are the picture on the left is the only incident in which we've seen a Turkish-made assault rifle being found in Brazil. We don't know how big of a trend it is, but we now have it on our radar because it has shown up, and that is a SAR 223 rifle of Turkish manufacture. The next slide, we can see here a bit more of of what we usually try to look into when we're looking at the weapons identification, right? So here you'll notice, well, very clearly a Canik pistol and its markings. On the right side, this is actually when we started seeing that the trend towards these Turkish pistols was expanding. And now we're seeing these pistols actually arrive into Argentina as well. But interesting fact is that more and more of these firearms are also showing up with the full auto selector switch in the back, which allows for the user to fire fully automatically with the firearm, right? And this has become very common, especially with AHS pistols. And we're starting to see that that is also part of the pattern in which the assembly of the firearms includes these accessories to be mounted on them and then shipped into their specific markets. And the picture in the middle was of particular interest to us because that shotgun that we see there while it is commercialized in the United States civilian market, the one that was seized in Rio de Janeiro did not have the markings that correspond with the US market, which to us is indicative that these are not weapons that are being diverted from the US civilian markets and brought into the region, as we've seen with like AR-15s and a lot of other pistols, but rather that it has a shipment that's coming into Paraguay. We don't know exactly through where, but they're not weapons that were originally intended for the US market and diverted from there. So this establishes there's a new route for these Turkish weapons to be coming into the region. Overall, the idea of being able to showcase this is say, there's this richness of open source information that is currently available to us. What we're trying to do for all of the people that are here and also the ones that are not but might be interested in is provide this dashboard, which is a tool which helps systemize and centralize all this information that's open source, it's easy to share, and it can help you identify all these trends without having to deal with the difficulties of sometimes dealing with bureaucracy or depending solely on state provided information, but also being able to systemize open source information coming in from traditional media and social media, just adding the layers of systematization of information, identification of the firearms, and the overall tool, which provides with a higher analytical capacity. Alex, am I forgetting to include something, or do we go straight for questions?
I think we can go straight for questions. I'll add that we've worked with two different groups of security professionals from the Caribbean and Central America as we've developed and curated the data for this dashboard. They were direct contributors to some of the data points that you saw within the dashboard. And their input was invaluable when it came to use cases and what things to include in certain contexts that we miss, and even limitations for the data set itself. So like for the Caribbean nations in particular, the issue of firearms trafficking is unique in that for the data that we have, many of the incidents that get reported don't necessarily reflect the problems that they're experiencing. And we had that conversation with one of the officials out of Curacao specifically, who said that single pistol seizures are indicative for them of a much larger problem of the issue of arms trafficking within Curacao. So having that context and understanding that limitation is kind of important in that some of the context and some of the issues that some countries may be experiencing are sometimes missed. But that being said, we're still trying to work out solutions, whether that be through a newsletter or a weekly report that gets submitted as we continue to curate these data sets, so that that information isn't lost within the dashboard and within the data itself. So with that, I think we can proceed to questions. Again, if anybody wants to get in contact with us about how to include this data that might be missed into the data set, or things that any feedback on the dashboard itself, our contact information is here. So with that, I'll close out, I'll stop sharing, and we can proceed to questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. in which we have learned about this very interesting and important dashboard. Now, we move on for the question for our panelists. And the first question that I have here is, how can countries and international organizations like the IADB can contribute and benefit from the upkeep and operability of the initiative dashboard?
So I'll try and answer that question, Andre. You can tag on later if you want. But I'll say that for any incidences of weapon seizures, and this goes to the governments and law enforcement institutions and organizations as well, to publicly report them when it's appropriate to publicly report them. That was another thing that got brought up with several of our Caribbean partners, is that many of the weapon seizures that they do enforce are often missed simply because it's not reported by the government and it's not reported by any local media organization. So as this tool relates to the prevalence of the arms trafficking situation, that data might be missed and might not present an accurate picture of what is actually happening within those countries. So again, transparency is key. We've had other panelists talk about that as well. So being willing to either communicate with local news media or simply putting out a government statement about the seizures or any incidences of weapons trafficking, helps us, because it helps us put the data in the dashboard.
I think that covers it, but I'll emphasize that key point, right? Being able to share this information for us is key. I think it contributes a great deal also to transparency. And if there's a link, we can report it, we can include it, right? That's basic criteria for us. So for us, it's very valuable when governments, law enforcement agencies, armed forces do share this information. And there's really good examples across the region of law enforcement agencies and armed forces that are proactively doing this, whether utilizing social media, we're utilizing their own official websites to report on these news. And then we can see that there's multiple benefits to this, not just feeding into our dashboard, which we're really hoping happens, but then also this feeds into traditional media reporting on these incidents and helping us have an overall better coverage of what has occurred.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the answers. And happily we arrive at the end of the time assigned for the questions for our presentation. So now we move on for the farewell for our speakers, Mr. Andre Point and Mr. Alexander Gosko. On behalf of the Organization of American States and the Inter-American Defense Board, we'd like to thank you once again for your cooperation with our seminar. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. It's been a pleasure.
Antes de iniciarmos la última ponencia de nuestro seminario, en este momento nos complace agradecer las muchas preguntas que tenemos en nuestro chat. Lamentablemente no tenemos tiempo para hacerlas, pero nos gusta y nos complace la información de que la participación de todos fortalece muchísimo nuestro evento. En este contexto, gustaríamos de destacar la participación de algunos de participantes frecuentes de los seminarios de la Junta Interamericana de Defensa, en el cual se destaca el mayor general Hugo Quijano de la Fuerza Aérea de Perú, que está con nosotros en casi todos los seminarios que hacemos. Mi general, muchas gracias por su interés y por su seguimiento de nuestras actividades. En este momento, pasamos a contar con la participación de la doctora Mirlis Reyes en nuestro seminario. Buenas tardes, doctora Mirlis. ¿Puede oírme?
Dr. Mirlis, can you hear us?
Sí, muy buenas tardes. A ustedes.
Thank you very much.
Perfecto, doctora. Acá le escuchamos alto
Thank
y
you,
fuerte.
doctor. We
La
hear you
doctora
loud and
Mirlis
clear.
Reyes es
Dr.
profesora
Mirlis
de
Reyes is
Economía Política para
professor
la
of
Defensa
Political
y
Economy
Seguridad
for
en el Colegio
Defense and
Interamericano
Security
de
in the
Defensa en
Inter-American
Washington.
College for
Y
Defense in
responsable
Washington,
por la disciplina electiva Economía y Lista en esta institución. Antes de invitarle a hacer su presentación, es justo reconocer su gran disponibilidad para cooperar con nuestro seminario a despecho de estar en vacaciones. Muchísimas gracias, doctora. Una vez más. A la doctora Mirlis nos
Dr.
presentará una
Mirles
ponencia
will
titulada
present
Reflexión académica
a
sobre los modelos,
academic
flujos y
reflection of the
comportamientos de
models,
oferta
flows,
y
and
demanda del tráfico
behavior
ilícito
of
de armas
offer
de
and demand
fuego
of
y municiones en el
illegal
hemisferio.
traffic
Por
of
favor,
firearms
doctor
and
Ramírez,
ammunition in the
el público
hemisphere.
es suyo.
The floor
Sí,
is yours,
muchísimas gracias
Dr.
por la
Mirles.
invitación.
Thank
Siempre
you
es un
very much
gusto
for your
pues,
invitation.
colaborar
It's
con
always a
ustedes. Al
pleasure to
final
collaborate
formamos
with
parte de la
you.
misma organización.
And we are
Antes de
part of the same
iniciar, bueno, quiero
organization.
decir que
Before
los puntos
starting,
de
I would like to say
vista
that the points
que
of
verán
view
acá no reflejan la
that you will see
política o
here do
posición
not
oficial del
reflect the
Colegio
policy
Interamericano
or
de
official
Defensa, de la
position
Junta
of the Inter-American
Interamericana y de la
Defense Board
Organización de Estados
and the
Americanos.
Organization of American States.
Yo rápidamente
Quickly,
quiero,
I would
quiero
like
aclarar
to
cuál van a ser
clarify
mis dos
which
puntos
will be my 2 points,
principales a tocar en
main
esta
points
conferencia en
to
aras de
talk
ganar
about
el
during this
tiempo.
conference
Primero,
in honor of
analizaremos
time. First of all,
brevemente
we'll briefly
la dinámica
analyze
de los mercados
the
ilícitos de
dynamic
armas.
of
Han
the
tenido
illegal
excelentes
arms
exposiciones
markets.
hasta el
I
momento,
have heard
donde de
excellent
alguna manera
presentations
pues, han sido
to
exhaustivas
date,
con
which have been
este
absolutely
tema o este
exhaustive
tópico. Por
on
lo
this
tanto,
topic.
creo que me voy a
And
enfocar
therefore, I
mucho
think
más
I'm
en las
going to focus
reflexiones que
much
puedo
more on the
hacer desde la
reflections that I
academia
can make
al
from the
combate y
academy
prevención al
to the
contrabando
combat
de
and
armas en el
preventions of
hemisferio.
the contraband
Entonces,
of
tocaremos
firearms
primero,
and
como les dije, el
ammunition.
mercado
First, we will
ilícito
talk
de
on
armas.
the legal market of
Y
firearms.
esto normalmente
And this
desde mi visión de
normally,
economista,
from
nos gusta
my
siempre verlo
position as
desde el lado de
economist,
la
we like to
oferta
see
y
it
del
from the
lado de la
side of
demanda.
the
Claro que es un
supply and
tema
demand.
relevante,
Of course,
que
it's
aquí
a
se ve en varias
relevant topic,
noticias, es un tema que
and we see
cada
several
vez
news.
es
These are news
prioridad
that more
de
and
las
more become a
políticas de
priority
varios gobiernos
of
del
the
hemisferio.
policies of
Y
several
creo que,
governments
bueno,
from the
toda
hemisphere.
esta
And
mañana
I
estuvimos
think
viendo ya casos
this
más
morning
puntuales en
we're
el
seeing
Caribe, lo que
specific
está pasando en
points of the
Sudamérica,
Caribbean, what's
cómo se
going on in
ve
South America,
el contrabando, el
how we
tráfico
see
en el hemisferio.
contraband and traffic in the hemisphere.
Quisiera entonces
I
compartir
would like to share
datos, poco
the
para
data
entrar en contexto,
to
y esto
enter
tiene que ver
into
con el
context, and this has
porcentaje
to
de
do
armas de
with the
fuego
percentage
fabricadas en o
of
importadas a
firearms
Estados Unidos
manufactured
y
or
incautadas
imported from United
por
States
países
seized by
en América
countries
del Norte,
in North
Centroamérica
America,
y el
Central
Caribe para
America, and the
el
Caribbean
2020.
for year
Lo que quiero es
2020.
resaltar que si
What I
bien
would
ahora se
like to
están
do is
analizando,
highlight
como
is,
estábamos
although
hablando,
we're
como
analyzing, as
estábamos
we were
viendo con
talking,
los
or as we were
ponentes del
speaking
FIU,
with the
se
speakers
está
from
viendo
FIU,
armas
we're
turcas y por
seeing
supuesto esto es un
the
comercio
Turkish firearms,
internacional,
which is an
transnacional.
international
Sí hay una gran
transnational traffic.
preponderancia del
There is a
contrabando desde
huge
Estados
preponderance
Unidos
of
hacia
contraband from the
el resto de
United
los
States
países del
to the
hemisferio.
rest of
Y
the
aquí se ve
countries in the
claramente,
hemisphere.
autoridades, por ejemplo,
And
mexicanas
so
han
here we
calculado que
see,
cada
for
año se
example, Mexican
introducen cerca de
firearms
200.000
on
armas
a year to
ilegalmente
year.
en el país.
Usually
esto,
by
por
year,
supuesto, tiene también
200,000 firearms are introduced in the
impacto
country. This
en el
has an
resto de
impact in the rest.
bueno, en realidad el crimen organizado
In
transnacional,
reality,
que
or
serían el resto de
transnational
otras
organized
actividades
crime,
ilícitas.
it would be
El 40
among other
al
illegal
60% del mercado
trade,
mundial de armas
between 40
ligeras
to
y pequeñas
60%
corresponden a un
of world
comercio
market or
ilícito.
light
Es decir,
firearms
estamos
and
hablando de
small arms correspond to
que tiene
illegal trade.
este mercado ilícito tiene gran
This
peso
mechanism has great
cuando
weight
se analiza el sector a
when
nivel
one
mundial.
analyzes the sector
Luego, también vimos que el
at
índice
the
global de
world
crimen
level. Then we
organizado del
see that the
2021
index of
situó el tráfico
organized
de armas
crime
como el tercer
worldwide in
mercado criminal más
2025
preponderante a nivel
places the
mundial.
firearms
Y
traffic as the
que,
third
por ejemplo, solo el
criminal
12%
market
de los
worldwide, and
casi
only 12% of the nearly
857 millones de armas de
857
fuego están en
million
manos de
firearms
civiles
are in hands of civilians
que sean
and
registradas
that have
ante las
been
autoridades
registered
estatales, solamente el
before the
12%.
state
Es decir, hay
authorities. Only
muchísimas armas que no
12%. In other
sabemos en
words,
manos de
there's
quiénes
many
están.
firearms that we don't know
Para ver
where
entonces
they're
el tema
at.
ya
To
más
see
puntual de
the
los
topic in a
mercados,
more
como les
specific
dije,
way in
siempre
the markets,
analizamos
as I said,
desde
we
la
always
academia
analyze from the
más
academy,
la
academia,
visión
and the
económica,
economic
el lado
vision,
de la oferta y la demanda. Pero no hay que perder de
the
vista
side of the
que hay
supply
toda
and
una
demand. But we
cadena
shouldn't lose
de
sight that
valor
this is a whole value chain
que tiene diferentes
has
características
different
y que
characteristics,
incluso a nivel de
and that
política
even at the level of
recuerden que
public
mi
policies,
objetivo es llegar
because you
a
have to remember
reflexionar
that my
sobre cómo
objective
estamos
is to get to
combatiendo
reflect of
y
how we're
previniendo el
combating and
contrabando ilícito
preventing
de armas.
illegal
Pues
contraband of
cada
firearms.
una de estas
But each
fases o
one of
etapas
these phases
en
or or
cadena de valor,
stages in the value chain,
pues necesita, porque es diferente, necesita políticas diferentes para su
different
combate.
types of
Eso es
policies for
importante poder verlo
combating.
así.
This is important.
Como les dije, Estados
As I
Unidos es
said,
prácticamente
United
el principal
States is
proveedor
practically the
de
main
armas en el hemisferio,
provider of
país del
firearms,
hemisferio,
provider
donde,
of
por ejemplo,
firearms
las
in the
empresas
hemisphere, where, for
estadounidenses,
example, the U.S.
que
companies
fabrican, distribuyen y
that
venden armas de
manufacture and
fuego
distribute
deportivas, municiones,
firearms,
por
let's say
supuesto,
sports firearms
son
and
una parte
ammunitions, of
importante de la
course, are
economía
an
del
important
país.
part of the economy of the
Por eso hay
country.
tanto lobby,
This
por
is
eso
why
tienen
there is so
tanta
much
fuerza,
lobby. This is why
incluso
they're so strong.
en la definición,
And
en la determinación de políticas
even
a
in the
nivel
definition of
federal y también
policies
de
at the
Estado,
federal
a
and
nivel
state
estatal,
levels,
proporcionan
they
puestos de
provide
trabajo bien remunerados en el país y
their
pagan
job
cantidades significativas
sources,
de impuestos.
well-paid job sources.
Y aquí ustedes ven en la
And
tabla
here
el
you can
impacto
see on the
económico que tiene
table the
esta
economic
industria
impact
en la
that this
economía
industry
estadounidense.
has in the
Lo que
U.S.
quiero decir con
economy.
ello
What I want to say with
es
this
complicado
is that it's
establecer
complicated
políticas
to establish
públicas o políticas
public
incluso federales
policies, even
que
federal
restrinja o
policies
que
that
impacte
restrict
considerablemente de manera negativa esta
considerably
industria
in
por
a
el peso que
negative
tiene.
way.
Y esto también es necesario decirlo.
And this is also necessary
Si
to
bien
say it,
el
although
combate y la prevención al
combat
contrabando de armas tiene que
and contraband of
un rol
firearms
importante tiene que jugar Estados
plays an
Unidos
important
acá, sobre todo a
role
nivel de
in the United
hemisferio,
States,
sí
particularly for
es
the hemisphere.
importante considerar
It is
esto, el
important
impacto
to
que tiene en la
consider that
economía de
the
este
impact that
país.
it has on the
Muy rápidamente,
economy.
este diagrama que ustedes deben
Quickly, I'm showing
conocer
this
es
diagram that
cómo
you
desde
probably
la misma
know is how
producción,
from the
el
production and
almacenamiento
the
y la
storage
comercialización de
and
las
the
armas legales hay una
commercialization of
especie
legal firearms. There's a type of
de drenaje hacia el
drainage
mercado ilegal.
towards the
Si bien
illegal
hay armas
market,
que se
although there are
producen desde sus
firearms that
inicios de manera ilegal, sí hay una
done
especie de
initially
filtración
to the legal
constante
market, there
en
is some
cada
type
una de
of
las
constant
etapas de esta cadena de valor de la
filtration in
industria
this
ilegal, de la industria,
value
estamos hablando de
chain
la
of the
economía formal,
industry
hacia la economía
towards
ilegal.
the illegal economy.
Por eso son tan importantes
This
estos
is
estudios
why
que de alguna
these
manera
studies are so
intentan,
important that
como los que recién
one way or
acabo de
another
escuchar del FIU,
try,
intentan
as I just
caracterizar o
recently
describir
heard from the FIU,
el contrabando,
try
dónde
to
viene,
characterize the
porque eso
contraband, where they
ayuda
come
a
from,
tratar de
because it
frenar
helps
esa
to
especie
try to
de
stop
filtración
this type of
de la
filtration
industria de armas
from
del
the
mercado legal al mercado ilegal.
legal market
Las márgenes de
firearm
ganancia en la
industry,
actividad
the margins
ilícita
of earnings
me
in
refiero al
illegal
contrabando de
activity,
armas,
and I
puede
refer
llegar
to
a ser de entre
arms
50 y
contraband could be between
150%, lo
50
que
to
evidentemente
150%, which
demuestra que
evidently
es un negocio rentable.
shows that it is a very
No por gusto,
profitable
pues
business.
ha sido
And so
definido como el
this has
tercer
been
negocio más
defined as the
lucrativo a nivel
third
mundial.
most profitable
Y estos son
business
algunos por
worldwide,
ejemplo,
and
por
these
tipo
are
de
some of
arma,
the
el precio
examples,
al
a
cual se
type
venden en el
of
mercado a nivel
firearm, the
mundial,
price,
¿sí?
and how they're sold in the
En
world
un estudio que
markets.
se hizo en 2022.
And
Hay
this is a
otra
study from
dinámica en el
2022. There's
mercado de
another
armas que
dynamic
ha
in
venido
the
a impactar
firearms market that
considerablemente
has impacted
la oferta,
considerably
¿sí? Y que tiene que ver con las impresoras
the
3D.
supply.
El uso de la
If the
tecnología
use of
en la
technology
producción de armas
in the
ilegales, y
production
aquí
of
tienen un
illegal
ejemplo,
firearms, and here we have an example,
por supuesto
of
ha
course
potenciado
it
mucho la oferta, por eso es que digo
has
que cada vez ahora
boosted the
ha crecido
competition,
más
and it
la
has grown more,
producción
or the production of
de armas ilegales desde sus
illegal
inicios,
firearms
¿sí? Porque no es solo el
grown
diseño de
more,
un
because
arma
not only the design
en
of
su
a
totalidad,
firearm
sino también
as a
imprimen
whole,
partes,
but
y como
also
hemos visto
spare
también se
parts.
está traficando
And as we
mucho
have
las partes
seen,
que luego son
many
ensambladas en
of the
algunos
spare
países,
parts
como
are
por ejemplo en
trafficked, and then
Paraguay,
the firearms are assembled. For example, they
ha
are received in
potenciado o
Paraguay,
está
and this is
potenciando el negocio a nivel mundial.
promoting the business worldwide.
Siempre analizando la oferta, ¿cuáles son los factores que influyen en que se potencie la oferta o la producción de armas en el mercado ilícito? Primero, el régimen legal vigente.
First of all, is the legal enforced
hay varios
regime.
países
There are several
donde
countries
se acepta la producción privada de armas, hay otros que no tanto, pero el régimen legal de cada país, pues de alguna manera uno entiende por dónde es que se están filtrando esas armas al mercado ilegal. Luego las regulaciones sobre el tipo de armas disponibles, la posibilidad de vender armas a otros países, el 75%, por ejemplo, se exporta a países en vías de desarrollo. Y esto entonces lleva un caudal de armas que luego, por supuesto, con factores como la corrupción y demás en el país, también es pasado para elementos del crimen organizado transnacional. Luego el avance de la tecnología, que se acabo de explicar, la tecnología, cómo está impactando en la producción de armas de manera ilegal. Luego, mayor presupuesto en la fabricación de armas, sobre todo con una guerra en curso. Esto, por supuesto, revitaliza la industria armamentista y también hay más probabilidades que se filtren a muchas de estas armas hacia el mercado. ¿Qué es lo que hay que hacer? Bueno, es evidente, se deben tomar acciones a lo largo de toda la cadena de suministros de armas y establecer políticas de control de las armas. Aquí voy a pasar muy rápidamente porque son las rutas de tráfico de armas que definen las Naciones Unidas, pero ya acaban de tener una brillante exposición donde habla más al de Luego también aquí rápidamente conocen, hay diferentes métodos del tráfico transfronterizo, marítimo, terrestre y contrabando hormiga. Cada uno de ellos tiene sus particularidades y por lo tanto la manera de combatirlo por supuesto va a ser diferente. Ahora pasemos al lado de la demanda.
And prevention of firearms proliferation.
Existe oferta porque existe una demanda. Y las demandas, entonces aquí hay que ver cuáles son las motivaciones,
and the demand one has to see what the motivations are.
Las personas requieren
o compran armas.
Y hay cuatro motivos fundamentales de manera recreativa, para la autoprotección.
One is recreational, one is for self-protection.
Yo diría, por supuesto, el tema de seguridad, de defensa de un país. Luego, pero esto es más bien a nivel individual, ¿no? Porque estamos enfocados más en el mercado ilícito. Luego están los criminales no profesionales y los criminales profesionales. Para cada uno de ellos es diferente lo que sucede en el mercado de armas y impacta el precio, por ejemplo, lo que está sucediendo en el mercado de armas impacta diferentemente en cada uno de ellos debido a sus propias motivaciones. Y un elemento importantísimo de esa demanda de armas ilícitas, independientemente del tipo que se esté usando, tiene que ver, y aquí hay una correlación, el índice global de crimen organizado del 2021 evidenció una correlación en el tráfico de armas en todas las actividades de crimen organizado. Es decir, los criminales profesionales demandan armas porque están involucrados en una especie de medio para llevar a cabo otras actividades ilícitas. Aunque, por supuesto, también el mercado del contrabando de armas en sí mismo constituye una manera para lucrar, ¿no? Vamos entonces a pasar rápidamente al combate y la prevención. Y aquí voy a seguir enfatizando en el tema de oferta y demanda para reflexionar un poco sobre serán eficientes o no, serán efectivas o no las políticas que hoy por hoy estamos haciendo para el combate y prevención de armas. Y hay algo, se invierte incluso mucho dinero, la Unión Europea coopera mucho con el Ministerio, por ejemplo, a través de las Naciones Unidas y otros programas para la destrucción de armas. Y también otros países hacen esta otra política de recompra de armas. La pregunta es, ¿esto funciona? Veremos entonces qué es lo que dicen los economistas respecto. Primero se analiza que el suministro de armas, oferta de armas en una región es muy elástico. Es decir, depende de la motivación, luego vamos a terminar de la demanda, pero dependencia de la motivación puede ser elástico. Por ejemplo, sobre todo
para
It could
aquellos
be
que
particularly for those
necesitan armas por
who
un tema de
need
recreación o de
firearms for
autoprotección.
recreational purposes or for
El
protection
mercado es
purposes.
elástico, es decir,
So the market is elastic.
y lo que sucede
And what
en cuanto al
happens
precio,
as
lo que
regards the
vamos a ver ahora,
price,
si
which
se
is what we're
aumenta
going
mucho
to
el
see
precio de
now,
las armas, pues
if
por
the price
supuesto
of
va
the
a tener
firearms
impacto de
increases too
que se
much, of course it's
comprarán
going to have an
¿Cómo nosotros
impact.
pudiéramos desde la oferta
How can we,
aumentar el
from the
precio,
supply,
¿no? Para de
increase the
alguna manera
price
desestimular la compra de
in
armas, que
order
haya
to
más armas en circulación?
stimulate the
Bueno,
purchase of
esta
these
política, por ejemplo,
firearms?
de,
This policy,
de la
for
recompra de
example,
armas en uso,
of repurchase of
aquí se ve claramente
firearms,
que no
you can
afecta
see
en lo más
clearly
mínimo el
that it
precio.
doesn't affect at all.
Todo lo contrario.
Quite
Normalmente
the
lo que
contrary.
sucede es
Normally,
que las personas venden estas
the people
armas y
sell
aumenta la demanda para
sell
comprar
these
unas
firearms and
nuevas
increase the
o
supply to buy new
nuevo
ones
tipo.
or
Es
new
decir,
type
no
of
hay
firearm. In other words,
pruebas
there's
de que
no
una
evidence
política de este tipo,
that
igual
a
estamos
policy of
hablando de la
this type,
destrucción de
and we're
armas,
also talking
se
about the
destruyen armas y lo que hace es
destruction of firearms,
estimular
they
a
are
la propia
destructed,
industria de armas,
and they
porque la demanda se
stimulate
mantiene y lo que
the
va a pasar
firearms
es que
industry
van a comprar nuevas
because the
armas.
need is consistent, it continues. So they're going to destruct firearms and people are going to
Hay
want to
otros
buy
tipos
more
de políticas
firearms.
que
There's
se
other types
usan
of
que tienen que ver
policies that
con
are
un
used that have
impuesto
to
a la
do
venta de
with
armas
a tax
para aumentar
on
el
the sale
precio.
of firearms
Ahora
to
vamos a ver
increase the
un poco más
price.
en
Now
detalle
we're
el
going to
gráfico,
see
pero esa es la
the chart
intención,
in
que se
greater
aumente el precio de
detail.
las
So
armas
the
en el mercado y
intention
que entonces
is
se
to
desestimule
increase the
supuestamente la
price
demanda
on
de
the
estos.
firearms in the
Y
market,
luego castigar
and so the
sustancialmente
people
a los traficantes, un
are
mayor castigo a los
discouraged
proveedores ilegales,
to buy
aumentaría el
more.
precio también en el
So
mercado ya
to
no formal,
also
sino también el
to
mercado
punish
ilícito como
the
compensación por el riesgo al
traffickers
castigo. Todas
and
estas políticas lo que
all
van
these
es enfocadas a
policies
tratar de
are
aumentar el
focused
precio tanto en el
in
mercado
trying
formal
to
como en el
increase the
mercado
price of the
ilícito o
formal market
ilegal
and in the
para
illegal market
desestimular la compra de
to
armas. Sin
discourage
embargo,
the
vean
purchase
esto
of
de los
firearms.
impuestos. Sí,
At
evidentemente
least with regards to
hay
the increase in taxes,
una reducción de la
there
curva
is
de
a
oferta. Ahí ven cómo
reduction
se reduce
on
en función de
the
que aumentan el precio
supply, and one can see
debido a este aumento de
with
los
the
impuestos,
there's an
aumenta el
increase in
precio
price because of the
a
increase
las
in
armas
tax
vendidas y
on
entonces
the prices
pues,
of firearms and the
algunas
shipment.
empresas incluso
So some companies even
no son rentables con
are not
pagando
profitable
esa cantidad de impuestos y por lo
all
tanto hay una
these taxes, and
compresión
therefore there
de
is
o
a
contracción de
contraction
la curva de oferta
of
en el
the
mercado. Y
curve
eso,
of the
bueno,
supply in the
evidentemente aquí
market.
en el
And
gráfico,
so
sobre todo
evidently
para
in the
quienes
chart,
demandan armas por
so
motivo
for
de
those who
recreativo o de
have
autodefensa,
firearms
puede
for
tener un
recreational
impacto.
purposes,
El
it could
asunto
have
es
an
que algunas
impact on these
empresas,
people. The
incluso
thing
con
is
este
that some
impuesto, para
companies, even with
mantenerse
this tax,
operativas,
in order to
las mismas
continue
empresas
to be
venden armas en el
operational,
mercado
the
ilegal
companies
y de alguna
sell
manera
firearms in the
compensan
illegal
ese
market, and
aumento en el
one way or
impuesto.
another compensate the increase in the
Entonces,
taxes in
vamos
the
a la
legal market.
demanda. Ya vimos de algunos efectos que pudiera tener
Now
de
we shall see
manera
the demand. We have seen
como
some
motivo de
aspects
creación o de
as
autoprotección. Es
on
bastante
the
elástico. Si
motivations for
aumenta el precio de
recreational
las
self-protection, they
armas en el
increase the
mercado,
price of the
pues por
firearms in the
supuesto
market.
se
Of
comprarán menos.
course,
Pero ¿qué
less
pasa
will
con los
purchase,
criminales no
but what
profesionales y
happens
los
with the
criminales
non-professional and professional
tiende a
criminals?
ser cada vez más
They tend
inelástica.
to be more
Nosotros cuando hablamos de inelasticidad
unelastic.
tiene que ver
Where
con
we talk about lack of
cuando hay un
elasticity,
cambio en
has
el
to do when
precio
there's a
del
change in the
producto, puede,
price
si es
products.
inelástico,
If
prácticamente
it's
no
not
cambia, no
elastic,
afecta la
it doesn't
demanda. Si es
change
elástico,
the
sí la
supply and
afecta. Y es el
demand. But
caso
if
que
it's
estamos
elastic, it
explicando
does affect.
inicialmente.
And this is what
¿Sí?
we're talking
Como
about
si se aumenta
initially.
el precio de
How if
de
there's
las
an
armas en el
increase in the
mercado
price of firearms in the market,
formal, pues debe
in the
haber
formal
una
market,
disminución
probably
en
could
la
be a
cantidad de armas que
decrease
se
in the
compran
amount of firearms that
debido
are
a
purchased
esa
due to
característica
that
de la elasticidad, pero no sucede tan así
elastic
cuando hablamos
characteristic. But it
de
doesn't
más
happen
encaminados a
quite
los
so when we
mercados
talk more
ilícitos que tienen que ver
about
con estos criminales no
illegal
profesionales y
markets
profesionales.
with the
Y aquí
non-professional
vean cómo
professional
se ve
criminals. And here you can see
para los criminales no profesionales sí
for the
pudiera
non-professional
impactar.
criminals, how you can see if it could
Son
impact.
criminales que no se dedican a
They're
ese
criminals
negocio,
that do
lo
not
hacen de manera
dedicate
coyuntural. Lo que
they
quiero decir
do
aquí
this
es
on
que
a
posiblemente
on
sí
a
veríamos
once in a
en el
while
caso de
basis, because
Estados
Unidos y de
possibly we
otros
see in
países,
the
pero
case of the
sobre todo
United
Estados
States and
Unidos,
other
menos
countries,
tiroteo en las
particularly
escuelas.
United States.
Sí. sería efectiva para
According
él.
to the studies,
Pero
it
¿qué
would be
pasa para el
effective for
crimen
them, but what
organizado
happens
transnacional?
for
Es
transnational
prácticamente
organized
inelástico.
crime?
Es decir, no importa cuánto esté el precio en el
Practically,
mercado
and it doesn't
internacional,
matter
incluso
what the
formal
price
o
is like
legal,
in the
van a
formal
comprar
market or
porque tienen
informal
capital y
market.
porque lo
They're going to
necesitan para
buy, they
sus
have
otras
capital and they need it for
operaciones
their
ilícitas.
operations,
Por lo tanto,
illegal
prácticamente
operations.
no afectaría
It
al
wouldn't
crimen
affect
organizado transnacional.
or the
Entonces,
transnational
un mayor
organized
control
crime. So
sí nos ayuda
greater
incluso
control
a
does help
descubrir
us to
pandillas,
discover
grupos criminales
the gangs
que
or
además se
criminal
dedican a
groups
otras
that also
actividades
dedicate to
ilícitas.
other illegal
Pero
activities.
no disminuiría
But it wouldn't
realmente la
decrease
oferta de armas
the supply of
en el mercado
firearms
ilegal, porque
in the legal
o sea,
market because
podrían comprar, aunque
they could
costara más,
buy them even if they cost more,
necesitan un
and
rifle de alto
then they
calibre y
need
lo van a conseguir.
a
Es
high
decir, no,
caliber
no habría un impacto notable
rifle.
en la
So
delincuencia
there wouldn't be
organizada
an
transnacional
impact
con este
in
tipo de políticas.
the crime with these type of projects of products.
Entonces,
So
veremos un modelo que
we
a mí
shall
me parece,
see
siempre
a
me ha parecido muy
model
interesante
that
porque
has
tiene un
always
enfoque
been
más
interesting
multidimensional
because it's
sobre
more a
el contrabando
multidimensional approach
ilícito de
on
armas, que
illegal
tiene que ver con
contraband of
verlo
firearms
entre las motivaciones y los medios, ¿sí?
and has to do with the
Favorables para
motivations
ciertas
which are
políticas y propone
favorable
pues
and it
acciones
proposes
o medidas o políticas
actions or
concretas
measures
en
and
función
concrete
de cada
policies
una de
as a
estas
function of each
dimensiones.
one of these
Y
dimensions.
respecto, por ejemplo, a las motivaciones, habla tanto de
And
qué hacer para,
talks about the
por ejemplo, que las
motivations, like
personas no
what to
demanden
do
armas
so that people
o
do
incluso no
not
las compren en el
demand
mercado ilegal para un
firearms
tema
or
de
do not buy them in the
autoprotección.
legal
Entonces,
market
bueno, aquí
for
habla de
a
reformar los sectores de
self-protection
seguridad, incluir o
situation.
fortalecer la vigilancia en la
And they want
comunidad,
to strengthen
sacar armas de circulación, mejorar la
and
infraestructura pública,
strengthen the market or take care
etcétera.
of
Luego, la
firearms out of
estabilidad económica y
circulation.
social, hay que brindar
You
oportunidades
see
de empleo
the
y educación,
stability of the
especialmente a la
social
juventud,
economy,
estigmatizar la corrupción,
stigmatize the
apoyar
production,
la reintegración de excombatientes y exdelincuentes a la
production
sociedad.
of the
Luego también
combatants,
condición individual y identidad
enter into
social,
society
desafiar las imágenes de masculinidad violenta y ofrecer alternativas. Vean que es interesante, en
challenge
muchas favelas de Brasil,
the
tener, es
masculinity
decir, el líder de una banda o
and have, let's say, the
si
leader of
tiene
a
un buen
band or a
arma,
group.
es sinónimo de una imagen de
If they
masculinidad
have a
que se ha ido
good firearm,
construyendo
it's
a lo largo
an
de
issue
tantos
of
años y que de alguna
masculinity
manera
which have had
las
that
telenovelas, las
profile they've had for
narconovelas
so many
y
years
demás
and
pues han contribuido también a esto. Y
narcos
sobre
soap
esto también hay
operas
que
throughout the
trabajar.
years
Porque trabajando en las
have given
motivaciones
this
se está
example.
trabajando
This we
en
have
la
to work
demanda.
on
Y
because they're working
recuerden,
on the demand.
hay
Remember,
oferta porque hay demanda.
there's a supply
Luego,
because there's a
con un
demand.
tema de
And
tratar de
then,
resolver
regarding trying to
los
resolve
conflictos de manera más
the
pacífica,
conflicts in a more
mejorar el
pacific
acceso y la
manner or
participación
peaceful
pública del
manner
gobierno en el
to
ámbito municipal y
improve the
nacional, tratar de
public
corregir en la medida de
situation
lo
and to
posible
try to correct as
desigualdades.
possible
Vean que
the
muchas de estas
inequalities. You can see that
políticas
many
tienen que
of
ver
these
en una
policies
dimensión de
have
mediano y
to
largo
do
plazo,
on a
pero que
medium
hay que
and
hablarlas también y
long-term
que hay que
policy,
empezar
but you also
a
have
tomar
to
acciones para ello.
start taking actions
Luego
for
también con
this.
respecto más a
Then
los
also with
medios,
regards
tratar
to the
de,
media,
sí, claro que sí,
try
funciona,
to
tratar de
see if
incrementar
it
el precio en
works
el
to try to
mercado,
increase the
porque
price in the market
está
because
desestimulando al menos
it
dos
is
tipos de
discouraging at
motivaciones,
least two
¿sí?
types of
de los
motivations.
demandantes. Aumentar el costo-beneficio, por ejemplo, aumentar el costo o las penas a los traficantes y a los productores ilegales de armas,
to the traffickers or
por ejemplo, elevar los costos de las armas de fuego, tomar medidas enérgicas contra los mercados abiertos de armas y demás. Hay una gran, a nivel internacional, hay diferentes marcos que ayudan a través de un marco normativo que se logre un mejor control de las armas y sobre todo del contrabando. Y ya para finalizar, les dejo como reflexión final algunas ideas en la cual se pudiera ir trabajando. Primero, lo más importante acá, yo creo que dejarles la certeza desde la economía y desde la academia que no hay evidencias que políticas como la recompra o destrucción de armas disminuyen el crimen organizado transnacional. Ya vieron cómo se comportan los mercados y las elasticidades cómo funcionan. Luego la necesidad entonces de generar políticas alternativas para reducir la criminalidad.
pensar en un
to
control de
reduce
armas,
criminality, to think about an arms control,
de armas y sobre todo enfocado en el
and
contrabando,
particularly focused on contraband
sea más
that is
efectivo,
more
¿sí?
effective.
Luego, el interés
And
mutuo de los
the
países a
mutual
lograr,
interest on the part of the countries to ensure greater regulation of firearms, particularly firearms, and a good framework for the United Nations that also to continue advancing on our agreements between countries and the use of platforms such as the one of FIU are some of the experiences or initiatives that help. And one needs to continue advancing, and that is also fundamental.
Poder combatir
and to be able to combat effectively the contraband of firearms, and then enforce a new technology or apply a new technology for follow-up and combat the traffic firearms and ammunition firearms traffic, and blockchain as a system of registration and software to detect the designs of firearms. Why not think on software on the design of firearms or parts of firearms to give the red flags to those who are fighting
y luego también
for
insistir en el sistema de registro de cada
stopping
una de
the
las armas
contraband,
que
and
hay,
also
existe, pero tratar de hacerlo
work more
más
on a centered
estandarizado
approach
y, por
on the
ejemplo, se pudiera
band,
usar la
and we
tecnología esta
could
de blockchain.
use
Son solo algunas
the
ideas, pero sí se
blockchain.
puede usar las nuevas
These are some of the
tecnologías
ideas, but the
para
new
mejorar
technologies can be used to
el
improve
combate y la prevención al
the combat
contrabando
and
de armas. Y
prevention
finalmente,
to
trabajar más
firearms
en un enfoque
contraband.
centrado en la
Finally,
demanda,
work more
y
on
para
an
ello
approach centered on the
hay que
demand,
hacerlo
and for this
de
we
manera
have to do
transversal,
so in a
lidiando
cross-cutting way
también con otras
and
actividades
feasible
ilícitas,
with
el
other
crimen organizado transnacional
illegal
que tiene
and
principales
transnational
motivaciones de estos profesionales
motivations that we
criminales
have with
para
these
portar armas de fuego
professionals
y son las
or
que
criminal
realmente
organizations
generan
that they
la
want
mayor
to buy
violencia
firearms
en
that
nuestro hemisferio.
generate the
Eso es
greater
todo. Estoy
violence in our
acá
area. This
disponible
is
para las preguntas o
everything for me,
comentarios.
and I'm
Muchísimas
here for
gracias.
comments or questions, and thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias,
Thank you
doctora
so
Merlis, por
much,
su presentación,
Dr. Merlis,
en
for
que
your
la
presentation
conocíamos, reflexiones académicas de la oferta y
the
demanda del
academic
tráfico de armas y municiones y su
reflections
implicación. Creo que es relevante
of the
destacar que
models
se quedó
and
claro para
flows
todos
of
nosotros
behaviors offered
que la
and demand
concepción
is
del combate
clear
del
was
tráfico
the
de armas y
conception of
municiones
combat
tiene que ser
of the
centrada
munitions
en
and
acciones
firearms traffic
conjuntas de
has to be
oferta y
centered
demanda.
in actions,
Esto es
joint
fundamental para la
actions
efectividad.
and supply
Muchas
and
gracias,
demand.
doctora.
That's effective for
Algunas preguntas que tenemos
combating
y
this
como
scourge.
primera
And some of the
pregunta que
questions that we
tenemos
have,
acá
the first question that we
en la
have,
colocación de Alan Rivera Gray de Pacan de la OEA.
Alan Rivera, the Pacam of OAS.
Vista de los altos niveles de armamento
In
que
view of the
proliferan en
high
la
levels
región centroamericana,
proliferate
la
in the
dinámica
Central
del
American
crimen
region
organizado,
and
el
dynamic
istmo,
of organized crime,
si ha sido receptor de
if
diversas
it has
medidas
been
y
receiver
propuestas
of
para
diverse
controlar las
measures and
pequeñas.
proposals to
Por
control
favor,
the
de
small
sus
ones.
estudios, ¿cuáles
Please,
serían
from your
las
studies,
prácticas
which would be
más eficaces
the
que
most
tenemos en
effective
ejecución hasta la
practices
fecha?
that we have until
Sí, muchísimas
now?
gracias por la
Thank you very
pregunta.
much for your question.
Sin interés de hacer un juicio de valor,
The
porque
interest
sé
of
que hay muchas
making
iniciativas, ¿sí?
a value
Y muchas veces
judgment,
algunas
and many
funcionan
times
en algunos escenarios y en otros no
many
tanto. Y
work
esto
in some
tiene que ver
scenarios
porque
and in others not
no
so
puede
much,
ser de
and this
manera
has to do because
unilateral
it can't
cualquier tipo de
be
política
unilateral because of the
para
type of
luchar contra el
policy
contrabando de
or the
armas.
fight
Cuando
against
digo esto es
firearms
porque
contraband. When I
ya
say
vieron,
this,
tiene una alta
it is because,
correlación
as you saw, it has a
con
high
las otras
correlation
actividades del
with
crimen
other
organizado
activities
transnacional.
of
Entonces,
transnational organized crime.
cómo accionar
How
de la
to
mejor manera
action in the best
cuando
way.
además es un fenómeno como ya les dije, tan
Besides,
complejo porque no se puede, por ejemplo, estas exportaciones de armas de países como Brasil, como Estados Unidos, que fabrican armas y que las exportan, una industria importante en su economía. No se puede de alguna manera pedir, reclamar que se cierre o que se reduzca una industria así porque tiene un impacto en estas economías. Pero sí lo que se pudiera es encaminar más en este intercambio de información que existe. Se ha probado con las recompras de armas, por ejemplo, en Brasil lo han hecho, de comprar y Y sí, ellos experimentaron
and they did
una disminución
experience
en la
a
demanda. Pero
decrease
claro,
in the demand. But
repito,
also, as I say,
se están reduciendo, se sacan armas que están en
firearms
circulación,
are taken out of
pero no se
circulation,
logra
but
impactar en
they
el
don't-
crimen organizado transnacional. La única
they're
manera que hay
unable
es
to
trabajar de
impact
manera
on organized
colaborativa
crime. The
para,
one way would be to work in
a través
cooperation
incluso de
through even
establecer rutas, investigar, establecer
establishing
rutas del
routes
tráfico de armas junto con las
of
rutas de lavado de dinero
firearms
y ahí
trafficking
llegar a los
with
grupos
money
criminales y
laundering
entonces
and
en
go
la
after
medida
the
que haya menos
criminals, and
grupos
then
criminales pues
as
habrá
there is less
menos
criminal
demanda
groups,
a
there will be
armas y
less
menos
demand of
violencia.
firearms and
Entonces
less
las
violence.
políticas, hay
So the
políticas a corto
policies,
plazo,
they're
mediano
short
y
and
largo plazo.
medium and
Políticas que han
long-term
sido efectivas sí
policies
pueden
that have
ser
been
un
effective
mayor control de armas,
would be
sobre
greater
todo en la
control of
venta.
firearms, particularly in the
Ahora mismo
sale.
hay un acuerdo
Now,
entre Estados
there is an
Unidos y
agreement
México
between the United States
para
and
controlar
Mexico
más
to
la
control
venta de armas y el tráfico a
more
través
the
de la
sale of
frontera. Eso es
firearms
fundamental.
and the
Vean, como yo les
traffic
dije al
through the
inicio de la
border. And this is
presentación, cuántas
fundamental.
armas
As I
están
said at the
pasando de
beginning
manera
of
ilegal en la
the
frontera todos
presentation,
los
how many
años de
firearms have
Estados
going
Unidos a
through the
México.
borders
Eso hay que
from
controlarlo
Mexico to the
de
United States on a
manera
yearly basis. This
contundente.
has to be
Aumentar la
controlled immediately.
penalidad para los
Increase
traficantes de armas. Sobre todo hay
the
muchos de estos
fines,
traficantes
particularly
que
for
usan el
these
método hormiga,
traffickers
que no ven prácticamente
that don't
ninguna
see
penalidad así fuerte y
any
por lo tanto
penalties or
ayudan a
any
alimentar ese comercio, ese tráfico. Pues
any
entonces hay
problem.
que
So
penalizar
we have to
como se
contain the
debe
traffic or any
a todos los
punishment. They don't
traficantes
receive it.
en
We
cualquiera de
have
los
to
métodos.
punish the traffickers.
Más a mediano y largo
More
plazo.
in the medium
Mediano
and
yo
long
diría
term. Medium, I
generar
would say,
oportunidades
generate
de
opportunities
inserción de los
to
excombatientes, de los
include the former
del
combatants
personal delictivo en un
in
país,
criminal
tratar de dar
organizations
oportunidades a la juventud,
and
tratar de
the youth
trabajar en el
opportunities to
imaginario.
try to work.
Todo eso funciona porque tiene que ver también
It
con una
works
futura demanda. Y
because
luego,
it
a
has to
largo
do
plazo,
with
tiene que
future
ver con todo
demand,
lo que
and in
debemos
long
hacer
term
en
it has to
región
do
para
with
el
everything
tema
that we
del
have to
combate a
do
la
for
corrupción, para
combating corruption,
generar modelos alternativos de
to generate
desarrollo
alternative
y
models,
que puedan ser una
alternative
alternativa
development models
en
that
los
could be an
propios mercados.
alternative
Entonces,
in the markets.
no es mágica, no hay una receta.
There's no
Cada país verá. Yo les
magic
voy a decir
recipe,
algo. Hay
and I'm
veces
going to say
que
something.
lo otro es no
Sometimes
confundirnos con datos
the other
y
thing is not to
estadísticas. Les
become
digo, en
confused with
República
data and
Dominicana hace
statistics. In
muchos
Dominican
años yo fui y
Republic,
estaban contentos
many years ago when
porque
I went,
habían
they were very
logrado la
happy because they had
disminución de los
achieved
homicidios.
to reduce homicides.
Pero lo que realmente estaba pasando
But
en los
what really was
mercados
happening in the
era
markets
que estaba entrando con mucha
was
fuerza la
that
droga y
drugs
necesitaban
were entering
mantener
into the
un
market with
ambiente
great strength and
tranquilo, desde el
needed
punto
to
de vista
keep
no violento,
a
para atraer
quiet
turismo, y de
environment
ahí
in order to
entonces era
attract tourism.
una parte importante para
And so
la
it was
compra de
important
estas
for
drogas.
the purchase of drugs.
Y eso lo estamos viendo ahora,
And this
que ha
is what we're
aumentado
seeing now, that
la violencia, ¿sí?
violence has increased
Entonces,
as a result of that.
aprender un poco más de economía y de los
So,
mercados también ayuda, ¿sí?
to
Ayuda
improve the
a
economy
entender
and
que lo que a
or
veces
the
nos puede
markets, which
parecer
helps because
no
sometimes it
es.
could seem,
Y trabajar un
but
poco
it's
más en
not
esas
that way, and maybe
correlaciones.
work
Eso
a
también
bit
yo
more
creo
on
que desde el
that
punto de vista
correlation. I
educativo,
think
pues
from
les
the
puedo
educational
dar
point of
muchísimas
view,
gracias.
I could.
Perfecto,
This is my
doctora.
opinion.
Muchísimas gracias
Thank
por
you
su
very much.
presentación.
Thank you very much for your
Lamentablemente llegamos
presentation.
al fin del tiempo
Unfortunately,
asignado
we
para las
have come
preguntas
to the end
y
of
con
the
mucho
time
gusto
assigned for the question,
pasamos
and
ahora
with
al
great
despedir de
pleasure,
nuestro ponente,
we
doctora
go
Mirles
now
Reyes,
to
en nombre de la Organización de los Estados
thank
Americanos y de la Junta
Dr.
Interamericana de
Mirles
Defensa.
Reyes
Quiero
on
una
part
vez
of
más
the
agradecer su
Organization American
colaboración
States
con
and
nuestro
the
seminario.
Inter-American Defense
Que
Force.
disfrute
We
de sus
want to thank you
vacaciones.
for your
Muchísimas
presentation
gracias,
this summer.
doctora.
Enjoy your
Muchas
holidays, and
gracias.
thank you so much, Dr. Mirles.
Saludos a todos. Gracias.
Greetings to all.
Señoras y señores, en
Ladies
este
and
momento
gentlemen, at this
finalizamos
time, we
las
conclude
presentaciones de
the
nuestro seminario,
presentations of our
agradeciendo a
seminar.
nuestros
We
ponentes
thank
sus
all of our
excelentes
speakers for
presentaciones
their
y a
excellent
nuestro público su
presentations and our
participación.
public for your participation.
En este momento
At this
pasamos
time,
ahora a las palabras de
we
clausura
go
del
to
seminario
listen to the
a
closing
ser
words of the
pronunciadas
seminar
por el señor
that will be
General de Brigada Marco Antonio Álvarez, presidente
Brigadier
del
General
Consejo
Marco
de
Antonio
Delegados de la
Álvarez,
Junta
head of the
Interamericana de
Delegate
Defensa.
Council of the Inter-American Defense Board.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very very much.
Buen día, bonjour, buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody.
De manera general, quiero agradecer la
In
presencia de
general
todos quienes
terms, I
nos
would like to
acompañaron en
thank
este
the presence
seminario
of
a nombre
everybody who
de
accompanied us during
quienes
the seminar
integramos este
on
seminario
behalf of all of us who integrate the
contra
seminar
la fabricación y el tráfico ilícito de
against
armas
the
de fuego,
manufacture
municiones, explosivos y otros materiales relacionados.
firearms, explosives, and
Muy
other
distinguidos
related
conferencistas,
issues,
señores
distinguished
delegados de la Junta
speakers,
Interamericana de
delegates
Defensa,
from the Inter-American
estimados
Defense Board,
participantes
esteemed
y
participants,
colaboradores que nos
and
acompañaron
collaborators who
virtual y
accompanied us
presencialmente.
virtually and
La
in
Organización de
presence.
Estados
The
Americanos y la Junta
Organization of American
Interamericana de
States and
Defensa
the Inter-American Defense
reconocemos la
Board
relevancia que el
recognize the
Seminario de
relevance of the
Prevención y
seminar
Combate a la
of prevention
Proliferación,
and combating
Fabricación y
firearms,
Tráfico Ilícito de Armas de Fuego
manufacturing and
y
illegal traffic,
municiones en el
proliferation of
continente americano
firearms and munition in
representa
the
un
American
aspecto
continent
primordial
represents a very
para su
important
seguridad.
aspect for your security
En
and
este
safety.
evento, que la
During this
Secretaría de
event,
Seguridad Multidimensional a
the
través del Departamento
Multidimensional
de Seguridad
Secretariat
Pública de la Organización de los
through
Estados
the Department of
Americanos y
Security
la
of
Junta
the American
Interamericana de Defensa han materializado,
OAS and
se
IADB
generan
has materialized
importantes reflexiones
and
que
generated
tienden a la
important
búsqueda
reflections
conjunta de
and to the
soluciones
search
a los
for
desafíos a
joint
partir de múltiples
decisions as of the
perspectivas.
challenge of multiple.
En la exposición de estas
outlooks.
conferencias
In
escuchamos
the
el enfoque
presentation of the conference,
multidimensional
we heard about the
en la
multidimensional
prevención y
approach
combate
in
de
the
la
prevention and
proliferación ilícita
combat
de armas de fuego y
against
municiones.
proliferation of firearms and munitions.
Todos estos comentarios,
All of these
el
comments,
hecho de compartir
the
conocimientos
fact
y
of sharing
experiencias
knowledge and
nos
experiences,
van a permitir generar
will allow us
inquietudes
to
y a
generate
futuro
concerns
muy próximo
and
continuar
in the near
fortaleciendo
future,
las
continue to
estrategias que
strengthen
sin
the
duda incrementarán
strategies that without a
las
doubt will
capacidades de
increase
cada
the
uno de nuestros
capabilities of
países
each one of our
y
countries,
por ende en
and
nuestra
therefore,
cooperación,
in our
enfrentando de
cooperation,
manera más efectiva
facing in a more
los
effective
desafíos
manner
relacionados
the
con este
challenges
tema
related
crucial.
to this
Identifiquemos
social
nuestras
problem.
vulnerabilidades
Identify our
y
vulnerabilities
trabajemos en ellas
and work on
conjuntamente.
them jointly.
Este seminario
This seminar
es un espacio de
is
reflexión,
a space for reflection.
es también un
It's
catalizador para la
also
acción
a
colectiva
catalyzer for collective
y
action
siendo mandatos
and being
internacionales
international
vinculantes.
mandates that are binding.
Debemos fortalecer la
We need to
comprensión del
strengthen the
tráfico de armas
understanding of
y promover
firearms
políticas
traffic
efectivas
and
de
promote
atención y
effective
prevención,
policies of attention and
exigiéndonos
prevention,
una acción compartida que
demanding
desde nuestro
shared
mandato
action that from our
establecido por la
mandate
OEA,
established by the
la HIT,
OAS,
que es
the
un órgano de la OEA.
IADB, which
Somos
is a
OEA.
branch of OAS.
Seguiremos impulsando
We
esta
are
sinergia
OAS, and we will
unificada de
continue
todos los
promoting
estados
this
que
qualified
conformamos el continente
synergy of all
americano.
of the states that make up the
Concluimos este
American
seminario
continent. We
con una
conclude the
invitación a la
seminar
acción
with an
sostenida y
invitation to
colaborativa.
sustain action and
Recapitulemos
collaborated
todos
action.
estos
Let's
comentarios y
see
reflexiones
all these comments
sobre la
and reflections
responsabilidad de
on the
implementar las mejores
responsibility to implement
prácticas
best
en el
practices
contexto
in the
multilateral,
multilateral
ya que solo a través
context,
de
so
una
that
cooperación
only
continua,
through continuous
eficaz
cooperation,
y conjunta
effective and joint
lograremos
cooperation,
resultados
we will be able to
significativos en la
reach
seguridad
significant
de nuestras
outcomes in the
naciones.
security of our nations.
Agradecemos su participación.
We thank you for your
Extendemos
participation.
nuestra gratitud
We
a los expertos
extend our
ponentes,
gratitude to the
asesores,
speakers,
doctores,
advisors,
militares,
doctors,
investigadores,
militaries,
sociedad civil, a
investigators,
los
civil
organizadores
society,
que han
to
hecho
the
posible este
organizers that
evento.
have made this event possible.
Que este seminario
That this seminar
los impulse en su camino hacia la
will
reducción
promote
de
you
la
in your road to
proliferación,
the
fabricación y
reduction of the
tráfico ilícito de armas de
proliferation,
fuego y
manufacture,
municiones
and
en el
trafficking,
continente
illegal
americano,
trafficking of
y
firearms
que nuestras acciones
and ammunition
colectivas
in the
sigan
American
guiándonos
continent. Our
hacia un
collective
futuro de
action
seguridad
continue
y
to
paz
guide us
en
to an
nuestros
area of
pueblos.
security and peace in our
Tendamos a
countries.
fortalecer las
Let's
capacidades
tend
en
to
el escenario
strengthen
multidimensional.
capabilities in the
Estos foros
multidimensional
multilaterales son muy
area, and
importantes,
these multilateral
comprendiendo la
forums are very
responsabilidad
important, understanding
compartida
the shared
en la
responsibility
prevención,
in the
en el
prevention,
control,
in the
en
control,
la penalización
and
de
the
todos estos
penalization
ilícitos,
of all these illegal
incluso
activities,
inhibir
even
desde que somos
inhibit,
niños
since we
el
are
regalo de
children,
una arma de juguete.
the gift
Nos
of
fortalece
a
su
toy firearm
retroalimentación.
is strengthened.
Estaremos
Your
muy pendientes
feedback,
de sus comentarios,
we will
y muy
await your comments,
especialmente
and very
a
specially
continuar
to
colaborando
continue
en su decidida
collaborating
participación
and your
y
decided
que estos seminarios
participation,
y
and
otros
that these
múltiples
seminars
trabajos que
and other
realicemos
multiple works that we carry
incidan
out
en todo este
will
contexto,
impact on this
promoviendo nuestras
context,
fortalezas
promoting our
en estas
strengths
estrategias.
in these
Daremos respuesta
strategies.
a
We will
todos sus
give response
cuestionamientos.
to all your questions.
Thank you so much. Muito obrigado. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Agradecemos a todos que
We
nos
thank each
acompañaron
and
y
every
hacemos
one
una cordial
that
invitación a
accompanied
que
you,
sigan
and
con
we make a
nosotros en
cordial
las
invitation
próximas
that you
actividades
should
de la Secretaría de la Seguridad
continue with us in
Multidimensional
the
de la OEA y de la Junta
multidimensional
Interamericana de Defensa.
security and
Muchas
the American
gracias y que
Defense
tengan
Board. Thank you
todos
very
un
much
excelente
and
día.
have a wonderful day.
The recording has stopped.